Boy, that's loud. Huh? Welcome to night 2 of the spring annual town meeting. There being a quorum of over 76 members present, please come to order. We're now rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so just want to go over a couple of things quickly before we dive into matters tonight. Again, Walpole Media TV is pleased to be providing live coverage of tonight's town meeting on Comcast Channel 22 and Verizon Channel 30. Live streaming of this meeting is also available on YouTube by going to the Walpole Media channel. And you can watch the fascinating replay of this meeting anytime by going to the website walpolemedia.tv and clicking on the on-demand button. Just a couple of reminders around the electronic voting that, well, actually go back. Seating, please. Town officials kind of down early, RTM members, and then, or town meeting members, town officials in the back. But we want the members kind of in the center portion, and I think we're all set up on that. So that's helpful. Again, if you'd like to speak, come down to the microphones. Kind of queue up. If you really can, queue up in this front row right here, half over there. Kind of do a little shifting, get a little exercise as you're waiting. It's helpful, and it makes it a little easier for me to keep track of who's next and make sure everybody's nobody's jumping somebody else. Again, address your remarks to the moderator. Don't get into a debate back and forth with the individual who's just done a presentation or a response to the best you can. If you are speaking to facts and figures, please reference the source, and if it's a document, please have copies available for all members. As you know, we'll continue with the electronic voting this evening, and we have another test question, so everybody make sure your devices are on, just to make sure we're up here. We'll get a good number on the quorum present. So, Jeff, if you would please display the question. This is not a leading question, it's just an opinion. So the voting is now open. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. Has everyone voted? Okay. And the results are in. How'd we do? You can just go right quickly. Can you just speed it through to the tally? It's kind of curious at the end vote. Well, we'll see who wins in the end on this one. So, all right, so we've got some optimists out there. I appreciate that. Mr. Flowers. That's how many devices. That's how many devices just in total. So we have 150 members. There's a couple of spare devices. I'm correct. Okay, got it. All right. So just one other reminder. When you leave, remember, take your device with you if you're just running to the bathroom. If you're leaving for the evening and the meeting is not over, drop your device off in the booth with Mr. Shields, okay? Otherwise, at the end of the evening, when we all file out, Patrick will be out there with the big bucket and just drop it off in there, okay? So thank you for your time and patience on that. So we're gonna dive in right now, and we are on Article 7. This motion is on the fiscal year 2020 water budget. It is regularly moved and seconded that the following sums be appropriated to the Water Enterprise Fund and expended under the direction of the Department of Public Works for the purpose of operating the Water Department in fiscal year 2020. Personnel services of $1,067,391. Expenses of $1,621,175. Debt service, $1,906,181, and a capital outlay of $355,000. And that the sum of $4,949,747 be raised as follows. User fees, $4,042,553. Retained earnings, $355,000. And miscellaneous receipts and the MWPAT, $552,194. This is a petition of the Sewer and Water Commissioners. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
11-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen vote is favorable action, 5-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Mr. Forsberg, Capital Budget.
Mr. Moderator, capital budget voted favorable action, 6-0-0 for the capital outlay of $355,000.
Thank you, Mr. Forsberg. And Mr. Abbott, Sewer and Water.
Voted favorable action, 5-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Are there any questions or comments with regard to Article 7? Hearing none, this is a motion requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. Article 8. This is for the fiscal 2020 sewer budget. It is regularly moved and seconded that the following sums be appropriated to the Sewer Enterprise Fund and expended under the direction of the Department of Public Works for the purpose of operating the sewer department in fiscal year 2020. Personnel services, $328,094. Expenses, $4,371,705. Debt service, $127,927, and a capital outlay of $1,022,500. And that the sum of $5,850,226 be raised as follows. User fees, $4,447,726. Excuse me, $4,457,727. 726, thank you. Retained earnings, $1,022,500. Miscellaneous receipts, $370,000. This is a petition of the Sewer and Water Commissioners. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action, 11-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action, 5-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. And Mr. Forsberg.
Mr. Moderator, capital budget committee voted favorable action, 6-0-0 for $1,022,500.
Thank you, Mr. Forsberg. And Mr. Abbott, Sewer and Water.
Sewer and Water voted favorable action, 5-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Any questions or comments with regards to Article 8? There being none, this motion requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. Article 11, appropriation to the stabilization fund. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote to transfer from overlay surplus the sum of $50,000 for the purpose of supplementing the stabilization fund as authorized by Chapter 40, Section 5B of the Massachusetts General Laws. This is a petition of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action 11-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, the Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action 5-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Any questions or comments with regard to Article 11? Mr. Ardeen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just one point that we're funding at $50,000 here, and also within the budget that we passed the other night, there's $300,000 in the stabilization. So this town meeting will be funding the stabilization fund an extra $350,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ardeen. Any further questions or comments? There being none, this motion requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. Article 12, this is the appropriation to the OPEB fund. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town take no action. This is a petition of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted no action 11-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted no action 5-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Any questions or comments with regard to? So, Mr. Snuffer, I know you, but we have a point of order, though. Mr. Chekarowski? Well, we pulled it out of the consent agenda to stand alone. So, Mr. Snuffer, did you have any comments, or did you just want to vote it on alone? Absolutely. Please come down. Yes, Mr. Ardeen.
Same thing that we did with stabilization. Within the budget that you passed the other night, there's $350,000 in OPEB, so we're $500,000. Thank you. That we passed the other night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ardeen. Mr. Snuffer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the town meeting. Conversations about OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits, realistically have all the charm of watching paint dry. Unless you need to either receive the benefits or pay for them, it becomes an important issue. I rise to again offer an idea to the town administration, the FinCom, and this town meeting that will likely have the ability to fund $500,000 per year nearly forever and never hurt a single budget nor require fiscal gyrations to accomplish. If you allow me just a brief history. Several years ago at a town meeting like this, Jerry Lane, Joe Moraski, my son Cliff, and myself started the process that allowed the town of Walpole to take a lead among other towns for paying down our OPEB obligation rather than doing what almost all towns did, ignore it. It will always be future debt requiring payment because they were real promises and guarantees made to our good people. I am proud of the progress made by our selectmen and town administration and by the FinCom, but circumstances recently have provided us a funding mechanism that is painless and would allow this debt to disappear as much as a decade sooner. We, as you know, have welcomed new hotels to Walpole. They pay us a hotel-motel tax based on occupancy, not a nickel from any one of your pockets. This year, in the aggregate, they will spit out nearly $500,000 painless to us. I ask that the town administration, the FinCom, the town meeting, as soon as possible, consider directing a plan so that this money can be sent to our OPEB account. It will quickly advance the retirement of this moral and legal obligation, in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Snuffer. Where are we? Somebody said Mr. Moderator. Any further questions or comments? There being none, this motion requires, sorry? Mr. Pila, sorry.
Richard Peeler, Precinct 7. Cliff, I think that's a fabulous idea.
Thank you, Mr. Pila. Are there any questions or other comments with regard to Article 12? There being none, this requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a vote. Article 16, the Walpole Media Corp. Fiscal Year 2020 operating budget. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote pursuant to General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53F and 3/4, transfer from the PEG Access and Cable-Related Fund the sum of $463,787.80 as a grant to the Walpole Media Corporation to operate the Walpole Cable Access and PEG channels for fiscal year 2020, and further to authorize the Board of Selectmen to execute a grant agreement with said corporation upon such terms and conditions as the board deems appropriate. This is a petition of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action, 14-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action, 401.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Any questions or comments with regard to Article 16?
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Dick Zaccaro, Precinct 3. Pete and his staff does a fabulous job with Walpole Media. We have a state-of-the-art studio. We have some expensive equipment down the Senior Community Center. I hope that some of these funds go towards staffing to assist Pete and his staff. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Zaccaro. Any further questions or comments on Article 16? There being none, this motion requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. Article 17, the personal tax exemption. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town, pursuant to General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5C.5, to amend the additional real estate tax exemption for taxpayers granted personal exemptions on their domiciles under Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, including certain blind persons, certain disabled veterans, surviving spouses, and seniors, to an additional exemption up to 100% of the personal exemption to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2019. This is a petition of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action, 12-0-1.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action, 500.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Are there any questions or comments with regard to Article 17? There being none, this motion requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. Article 18, the Mullen Rule for the Planning Board. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote to accept for the Planning Board the provisions of General Law, Chapter 39, Section 23D, which section provides that a member of the board, when holding an adjudicatory hearing, shall not be disqualified from voting in the matter solely due to that member's absence from no more than one session of such hearing at which testimony or other evidence is received, provided that certain additional conditions as established by said statute are met. This is a petition of the Planning Board. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action, 14-0-0.
Mr. Gallivan, the Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action, 500.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. And Mr. Conroy.
We voted 500.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Are there any questions or comments with regard to Article 18? There being none, this motion requires a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. Article 19, the zoning amendment on vape shops. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote to amend the Walpole zoning bylaw as set forth in the warrant under Article 19. This is a petition of the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action 9-4-1.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, the Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action 3-2.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. And Mr. Conroy, the Planning Board.
Planning Board voted for 1-0.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Ms. McKenzie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to give the presentation on Article 19. Nancy McKenzie, registered nurse, vice chair of the Board of Selectmen, and with me.
I'm Rachel Jackson. I am Master's in Education, BSN, RN. I'm the high school nurse here at Walpole High School.
So to start, Article 19 is a zoning bylaw that is an addition that would allow businesses that specialize in vaping related to equipment to require a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. It would also give a definition for vape shops that we don't currently have. Slide. And just as a background, the Zoning Act, which was enacted in 1975, has given us the ability to facilitate, encourage, and foster the adoption of zoning ordinances and bylaws by cities and towns to promote a healthy safety within the welfare of the inhabitants of our town. The Zoning Act was made to allow the town the ability to control our own character through development. Vape shops. Currently, the town of Walpole does not have a bylaw that regulates where a vape shop can be located. Walpole does not have a definition of vape shops in our zoning book. So they are currently allowed anywhere that businesses are allowed. They're not allowed in residential areas, but anywhere that a business can be, they can be. The oversight of vape shops currently falls under the Board of Health and Tobacco Regulations, which is separate from zoning. The current regulations require the owner of a vape shop to sell tobacco products to regulate at Palumbo's Plaza. Slide. Currently, a community comparison, Foxborough has 0, and there's a warrant for town meeting to discuss it with zoning the same way that we are. Norwood has 1, Norfolk has 0, Rentham has 2 in the application process, Franklin has 2, Mansfield has 1, Sharon has 2, Westwood has 0, and Medfield has 0. Slide. Walpole vape shops. There are 2 vape shops, as I mentioned, located in Walpole. The one that has the pending application with the Board of Health, as I mentioned. The first one is Wicked Vape. It is on Old Post Road, which is at the top of Common Street, located near Orange Theory and Dunkin' Donuts. Vape City is at 111 Main Street. It's downtown near CVS. And then the third one that's coming in is Walpole. Proposed spelling is correct. It's going to be at High Plains Street in Palumbo Plaza. Slide. So this is a little bit difficult to see, but this is a map that shows you the vape shops. And Vape City in Main Street is 0.278 miles from Johnson Middle School, 0.725 miles from Walpole High School, 0.87 miles from Elm Street, 1 a little over from Fisher School, and Bird about 1.5 miles. Wicked Vape, which is at Common and OPR, is 1.1 miles from the high school and 1.7 miles from Boyden School. The proposed vape shop is 0.239 miles from OPR and 0.7 miles from Byrd Middle School. Slide. Here is the written out that's in your book of the actual article and the definition that we want to put into the zoning book, which would be a special permit in the industrial zone. So it would go in front of the zoning board to require a special permit. So it still would not be as right, but it would need to have the special hearing process. Slide. Here is the zoning map to see where the industrial areas in town are. And you can see that they, are a place that is, for the most part, not as close to our schools. They're not technically as pedestrian friendly. And slide. This bylaw that is being proposed now, because the town has recently experienced multiple businesses come into Walpole that specialize in the sale of vape-related items. There is a concern that the children in Walpole will seek to obtain vaping-related items if they are allowed to operate in areas that are easily accessed by children. The proposed article is within our 1975 Zoning Act, which established local control of our town's character. Our town's character is our destiny. It is what we decide, and it is what we want. And it's something that, in the past, this body has decided to take control of as far as adult entertainment goes, as far as medical marijuana goes, and we've decided to put those uses in the same industrial area and with the same sort of special permitting. And slide. Why do we want to use all the tools possible to limit and restrict vape shops in Walpole?
So without safeguards in place, we need to use what we can, and that is to limit the locations in conjunction to our schools. Just for example, this year at Walpole High School, vaping has been an issue, but we have had an uptick in the use of THC oil in the vape devices. And last year we had 4 infractions in which vape devices were found in school, and the students had consequences for that. This year already we've had 16. Last week we had 4 alone. So last week was a total of what we had last year. So the reason that's of importance is it wouldn't be that they would necessarily be getting that THC oil in these shops. That is not something they sell, but what they do sell is the one thing that is vital for them to use those oils is the devices. And it's very easily accessible to them. The FDA is working very hard on regulations, but as of right now, there are no regulations on e-liquids, which are the liquids that are legally obtained to be put into vape devices. The FDA is calling this an epidemic. Youth use of e-cigarettes, e-electronics is an epidemic. From the year 2011 to the year 2015, there was a 900% increase of use of vape products in high school students. And I think that is it.
So what we're asking town meeting members, slide, is that you vote in favor of this zoning amendment to ensure that vape shops will need to go through the public permitting process and that they will be located, if approved, within the industrial zoning district.
Ms. Regasta.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ann Regasta, Precinct 3. I was one of the selectmen that was opposed and voted against this article when it came up for vote, and I have several reasons for doing so. First, I'd like to say I applaud Ms. McKenzie's efforts and concern for our youth. I too, I personally, I don't like vaping. I don't like anything about it. But I think that's beside the point. We currently have, as Ms. McKenzie stated, we currently have 2 vape shops located either in the central business district or in a retail district. I think it's unfair to any new business, although we wouldn't like new business for vape shops to come in, but it's unfair for them to have to comply with different bylaws and regulations that the 2 current vape shops don't have to comply with. I think that it creates an unfair advantage to the businesses that are currently located here in Walpole. You know, like it or not, vape shops are legal. Marijuana dispensaries are legal. I don't like that, but there you go. My second reason for being opposed to this article is my fear of the unintended consequences. I think that by requiring vape shops to be located outside of a heavily retailed or a heavily trafficked area could encourage under 21-year-olds, because that's really who we're concerned about, may encourage under 21-year-olds to go to the outskirts, because it would, by going to the outskirts and asking someone to buy them vape products, they're really bypassing the scrutiny that they would otherwise be subjected to in the downtown business area and in heavily trafficked areas where there are people that would take note. I mean, we're a small town and people do observe what their children are doing, and where it could be noted and taken note of. So I think that would be really an unintended, unfortunate consequence of this. My third reason is, you know, I really think it's the job of parents. It's their job and it's their right to educate their children on the dangers of vaping. I think it's outside what a town should be doing in terms of forcing the location in a different place. And I want to say that I think education is key, and I think, you know, with our police department and Chief Carmichael, I think in our Board of Health, I think they have really good programs to educate our youth on the dangers of vaping. So for those reasons, I am opposed to this article.
Thank you, Ms. Augusta. Ms. Mulligan.
Joanne Mulligan, Precinct 5. I am speaking in favor of this article strongly for a lot of reasons. Number one, the character of the town. There is no reason we need the 2 that we even have here. I wish we never got those. There is a huge epidemic going on, not only at the high school, as Rachel mentioned, at the middle school, and potentially at the elementary schools. The kids cannot get, and they are using the THC, they need a device to use it. You don't put the THC just in your mouth, but they need a device, and they can get a device really easily. And I'm not sure how many people here realize what's going on in Sharon, but they are building a big grow house, a dispensary, and potentially another building on Route 1. So all the people have to do is take a little ride down Route 1, take a left-hand turn, and they're right at the vape shop. They buy their pot, and they can go and buy all the paraphernalia they need at the one shop, or guess what? Now we're going to have 2 more, I guess. So I don't love the grow house idea, but we can't control Sharon, obviously. I understand marijuana is totally legal in the state of Massachusetts. I have no objection at all to medicinal marijuana, but I do have teenagers. I actually got letters, not only on the fields, but guess what? On this, from some parents that do understand what is going on in this town, and across the state, and in the whole country. Addiction is happening, and it is real. Kids stopped smoking. No one was smoking. It causes cancer. Now everyone is smoking. It's not a minority at all here. And then they're going to the next step, which is using THC. When I grew up, Chief Carmichael, through you, Mr. Moderator, it was like a 3%. THC is like 100%. in the products going on nowadays. Psychosis is going on in these kids. They're dropping out of school. The statistics in Colorado are alarming. Education is the key. We have a drug and alcohol coalition. It's sort of falling apart, in my opinion. I am a member of it. Does anyone attend the meetings as parents? We need the parents to attend, but no one attends. We have wonderful speakers that we pay a lot of money to come, and no one goes. Chief Carmichael has unbelievable presentations that he's done. From all his knowledge, the committees he's on, his trips to Colorado, people don't attend. So I am just urging everyone here to think about the kids and please vote yes on this article.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan. Mr. Murtaugh.
John Murtaugh, Precinct 5. I'll tell you, I have to give an incredible to the two members, Mrs. McKenzie. This was a powerful presentation. And the language you have in is powerful. And, you know, you have the special permit which to go to the ZBA. But during the week at our high school, we had a large number of kids had to be censored because they were vaping in the bathrooms. And there's nobody telling us, but it's an epidemic. And we have to do something. And I think Mrs. McKenzie and Nurse is dead on. What do we want our downtown to look at? Do we want to see these vape shops? Do we want to see our schools denigrated with this vaping? Over in Dorchester, it's an epidemic. They come into school over there. It's a different ballgame over there. Do we want downtown Walpole to look like Dorchester? I don't think so. So I'd ask my fellow town members to get behind this and support it 100%. I know there was some folks at the FinCom said this would be great business downtown. This will denigrate our schools. It starts in the middle school. And what's in these vapes, the chief will tell you, there's some dangerous oils, and it's having a terrible effect, and it's addictive. So do the right thing for Walpole tonight. Vote in support of this Article 19. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murtaugh. Mr. Maffey.
Glenn Maffey, Precinct 1. Just a couple questions through you, Mr. Moderator. Ms. Jackson, just for my own information, how old do you have to be to purchase vape supplies? You have to be 21, so I don't think you have any 21-year-old kids in your...
Excuse me, just through the moderator. Don't worry about it, but just to remind you.
Through the moderator, I don't think there are any 21-year-old kids in high school, so do you investigate how they receive their vape supplies when, through the moderator when that happens, when you catch them?
Go ahead.
So, yes, we do look into how they're getting them, and they are getting them through people that are over 21, and sometimes they're brought into school and distributed here. A lot of times they're distributed at different places in town. And the close proximity of the one particular one that's right next to the Dunkin' Donuts that is less than a mile from the high school that all of the kids seem to stop at before and after school makes it a very easy place for them to meet and have these transactions happen because they are so easily hideable. You can pass them off and no one even knows that they've been passed off. So.
Okay, thank you. And then through the moderator, question for Ms. McKenzie. Are you proposing to limit the number of locations, or will that be in your purview if you choose to?
No, I am not proposing that at this time. So there's a difference between the zoning and the Board of Health. The Board of Health can change their rules and regulations through their own process, and they can do that at any time. An example is that we don't sell cigarettes at any of our grocery stores, thank you, anymore, where they sell medication, whereas in the past we did. Years ago, there used to be smoking in restaurants. The Board of Health is who changed that regulation. So at the time, those of us that were here, or whichever community we were in, it was the Board of Health that changed that regulation. What I'm proposing is a zoning change, so Board of Health can change, and they change those rules and regulations based on health standards. This is a zoning change based on the character of our town.
Okay. Well, I will say that if this article passes, that I think it will actually discourage vape shops from opening in Walpole, and that would be a good thing. And I agree that this is an epidemic, and I don't think it's dramatic to say that if this proposal passes, that it would save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Mr. O'Leary?
John O'Leary, Precinct 3. More of a technical question to you, Mr. Moderator. Within the warrant, the wording on this article speaks about limited manufacturing as the section that is allowed with special permit. What is the exact wording as the article we're going to vote on? Is it limited manufacturing or business zone?
I'm sorry, I do not see where it says limited manufacturing. I see industrial. Am I missing it?
Second page within the warrant here. When it speaks about Article 19, it makes reference to allowed use only in limited manufacturing by special permit. I just wanted to clarify which zone we're allowing it in.
That's incorrect in the letter. It's in here, it's industrial, correct, Ms. McKenzie?
Yes.
So that's the letter is.
I'm sorry, I don't have the book with me.
So the letter actually says to the citizens, so Mr. Trudell, would you speak to this, please?
Yeah, that was my letter. I was going off of the wrong table when I was writing my letter. It is the industrial, not the limited manufacturing.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, shouldn't these have been reset by now?
Have you turned the button on?
I pressed the sample question. I mean, shouldn't they have been reset?
The vote, does it reset?
They cleared, or whatever the term
Does it
is?
reset before the next vote?
I just
It
wanted to
will
ask.
reset.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking, though, Mr. O'Leary. So now we have Mr. Carroll.
I am William Carroll, Precinct 4. I am in favor of this article because, first of all, taking the mechanism away from the children, and you never know if someone's smoking marijuana or if they're smoking tobacco when you have these devices. So I'm in total favor of this. The question I have for the moderator is, the two shops that are open now, will they be grandfathered and stay where they are, and all new ones are going to be in the industrial, or are they going to be moved?
That is my understanding, Mr. Carroll, but Ms. McKenzie, could you confirm?
Yes. So they are allowed as far as zoning goes, and they will be allowed to stay there as long as they are in compliance. If at any point they become closed for more than a year and a day, as far as zoning goes, they would no longer be grandfathered. But separate from this is the Board of Health. And the Board of Health can change their regulations. And actually, our Board of Health agent did say in the planning board meeting that as these shops came in, she let them know that there weren't any regulations yet and they were at risk for regulations, which means they could close. They could tell them they need to close, that they will not be allowed, much like they did with smoking in restaurants and much like they did with the selling of these products at grocery stores. I spent so much time at a grocery store, I can't believe that that is the word that I am like blanking on tonight. Anyway.
So basically, we are trying to close these places down, which I get from you.
Outside the scope of the article.
Answer?
Mr. Carroll, it is outside the scope of the article.
Outside.
I mean, I feel comfortable. I am not,
But-
I am trying to preserve the character of our town
Okay.
and dictate where they are allowed by special permit.
Fine.
I cannot speak to the Board of Health.
And when you talk, Mr. Moderator, about where we're going to put this, are we talking the industrial park over there? Is that
Industrial
zoned?
zoning, so I'm not
I
sure.
mean, where, actually tell me the street names so I understand where you were
Do
talking
you,
about.
do you have that, Ms. McKenzie? It's pretty detailed.
Can we go back to the slide for industrial zone?
What are we talking about here?
I
Well,
know.
Walpole Park South is one place that's in zoned industrial, correct? I mean, you just need to think of what's industrial zoning.
Back one more.
There you go, right, is that it?
So what color, yellow?
Well, it's like a bad yellow. It's like a bad yellow is what
Like
I'm
a
gonna
mustard.
say. Yeah, mustard.
I got you.
Not that mustard's bad.
So that area, that first area is, where is that? Route 1, or where is that?
Well, one of them is by Industrial Road.
I know what that is, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And then we have the other one, which is, yes, it is by.
It's off of
Right.
Route 1.
Right
It's
by
off of Route 1?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, I mean,
1A?
there's
Is
not
it off
another
1A?
road for me to mention.
All right, I'm
And
just
by
trying
the
to.
train station.
Okay.
The train station's a good, yes.
I-
A good point of reference.
Bottom line is, to get off the subject, I am totally in favor of this vape article, and I hope that it passes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Carroll. Mr. McCallum.
David McCallum, Precinct 2. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to hear the police department's opinion on this article.
Chief Carmichael.
One of these town meetings I'll get through without talking about weed, I guess. Well, as far as my opinion, I don't think it's my opinion as to where things should be in Walpole, as far as location, but I will say this, that if I can try and put this into perspective a little bit, since 2011, Walpole has had 207 overdoses and 38 fatalities. 38 people have died in Walpole since 2011. We've lost 4 people this year with 15 overdoses. Every one of these numbers represents a person in our community, a neighbor, a loved one, people in our community. That's who they are. And it's the most significant public safety issue right now that we're dealing with. Drug addiction, mental health issues. And I'll tell you that it's not opioids. Opioids are not killing people. Addiction is killing people. And if you look at the people who have either overdosed on Walpole or who have died as a result of substance abuse in Walpole, the issue that we see over and over and over again is initiation, onset, early onset substance use during adolescence. That led that person on the trajectory or the behaviors, the habits, the patterns of addiction that ultimately led to more dangerous drugs and to overdose, death. And that's what we see. And I'm asked this question a lot, different boards and committees that I'm on at the state level. You know, how do we stop this? How do you stop the opioid epidemic? You stop it by protecting our youth, by delaying or preventing onset during adolescence. And if you want to know what the substances are that are available to them, that are accessible to them, that are affordable to them, it's nicotine, it's alcohol, it's marijuana. Of the vape devices that we have seized by the Walpole Police Department in the past month, which is over 20, by the way, plus a total of 40 that we seized as a result of a search warrant. Every single one of those vapes that we took off of a teenager here in Walpole field tested positive for THC. And when I say THC, I'm not talking about the flower, the bud, the marijuana joint that we've all maybe tried or have heard of, I guess. That's a different story, but it's not that substance. The substance, the trend now that we literally did not see with the Walpole Police Department 1 year ago today, is THC, butane honey oil, extracted oils from the marijuana plant that have not 19 or 20% THC like in the marijuana joint. They have 89%, 100% THC. It's a very potent drug. It's a different drug than what we've seen in the past. And if you ask yourself, where are kids using it? Yes, they've been caught in school. They've been expelled from school because of it. It's a Class C drug. Where do you think our kids are using it? Where do you think that the police are coming across them? They're in a motor vehicle. They're driving. They're in a car. All right, and so that significant issue of substance abuse being an issue with the Walpole Police Department, even more so. Now they're using an impairing drug and getting behind the wheel, and they're driving around and they're using these substances, and it's scary. And I'll say that our attitudes, we're the adults. Nobody cares what anyone 21 and over does. Smoke weed until you pass out. Do whatever you want to do, as long as it's not hurting anybody else. But we're obligated to protect our youth, and our attitudes, our viewpoint of this. Us saying that, all putting these vape shops in Walpole right next to 7-Eleven and right next to sub shops where our kids are in and out of, that is messaging. We're sending our kids a message. Perhaps that maybe it's not dangerous, maybe it's okay. And ask them, and they'll tell you that. It's in their face everywhere they look. So, in closing, I will say that, where they go is up to all of you. But if you ask me, where they go will have an impact on this community. And the drug problems that I just mentioned, it's not the police department's problem, it's not the fire department's problem. It's a community problem, and the only way to deal with it is to deal with it together. Okay.
Thanks, Chief. Ms. Barrows?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Part of my question's been answered already. I guess through you, maybe to the Board of Health. Are there a limit to the number of permits currently? Or-
I was going to say, I don't think Ms. Chappelle is there tonight. Oh, there she
Okay.
is.
Okay.
And so right now, there isn't. They're having their hearings. And honestly, the Board of Health, it's a great place to go, and their mission, their meetings would be where to talk about that, because they are in that process. And, that also needs to be decided at a community level.
Okay. And the...
Excuse me, Ms. Chappelle, do you want to comment on that?
Sure. So we had a public health hearing on draft tobacco regulations, which include vaping, last night. But we heard from permit holders and we heard from people from the state about dangers of vaping. And it is a dangerous substance, and it does contain, if it doesn't contain THC, the oils itself are dangerous. All of them contain nicotine and other chemicals. So the Board of Health is looking at regulations. We held our hearing, and they should be making a decision either at their next meeting or the meeting after that on limiting the amount of vape shops that we have in town to what is currently. And by the way, last night, the third one was reluctantly approved because we didn't have any way, to stop it. So there's 3 vape shops in town. The locations that Nancy put up there will be. But that limit is for over 21 shops will be limited to 3 if these draft regulations are, the way they are. Also, we're taking out in the other shops that sell tobacco, they also are allowed to sell vapes, but not to people that are under 21. But where their Board of Health is looking at taking out all flavors, including mint and menthol and wintergreen, which we've taken out flavors before, but not mint, menthol, and wintergreen. And so that was the hearing. That was a big discussion of that last night. And the reason to go to for the zoning article, which we really support, is we don't want the youth to see it all around town and normalize that this is a normal thing for them to do and for them to want to do. So out of sight, out of mind. The over 21 shops, as the draft regulations are written right now, will be allowed to carry flavors, but not the convenience stores and the other shops in town that do have vapes and tobacco.
One additional question, Mr. Moderator. So it's not currently, there's no special permit required by the planning board. This article is going to, in addition to specifying the location, add that into the bylaw.
Ms. McKenzie?
To clear up, so it's a special permit by the zoning board, not the planning
Not the
board.
planning board, okay.
And no, there is no special permit. They don't, unless they were building a freestanding site,
Then they would.
they are just a tenant in a building and they get their permitting and regulations and passing inspections through the Board of Health.
Okay, so this article would achieve that step by
Yes.
the zoning board? Okay.
Yes.
And one final question, sorry. Possibly to town council, is permitting or limiting it, is that within the scope of this article, changing? No?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
So the Board of Health sounds like they're in the process of limiting the numbers. They can do that, but this body doesn't have to vote on that, correct?
This article is specific to zoning and where they can be located. It does not speak to the number of shops.
So
I guess my question was, from what the Board of Health had said, just in general, that's something that the Board of Health can do, and this body would never, in the future, ever have to vote on that, correct?
Town council?
Mr. Moderator, through you, the Board of Health has the right under state law to promulgate regulations relative to the safety of the public. Doesn't require town meeting action. However, there are some towns that have bylaws for that purpose as well. So
Thank you,
it's
town
not
council.
required, but it's allowed.
Okay, so that would not be part of the scope of this article
That
tonight?
is not the part of the scope of this article.
Okay.
Mr. Hempton?
Thank you, Tim Hempton, Precinct 1, thank you. I'm in support of this article. I think it's a great idea. A lot of people have already said a lot of positive things about it. I think the real issue is how the town presents its culture. And if the culture is vaping is okay and marijuana-derived oils are okay, they're really not. The human brain continues to develop until age 26. And this is a fact. And kids who start using this at an early age have brain impairment. They do poorer on exams. And if this community sets up a standard that we're against this, just like Chief Carmichael has mentioned and all the other people have mentioned, I think it's a good idea. So I would urge everyone through the moderator to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hempton. Ms. Gallivan?
Nancy Gallivan, Precinct 8, and also School Committee. Through you, Mr. Moderator, this topic has come up a number of times at School Committee, and I just have some comments because we felt that this was an opportunity to educate all of us as adults. If you want, I'll do it under Article 1 after this is voted because my comments aren't related to zoning. So it's...
Does anybody have a problem if Ms. Gallivan just proceeds with school committee comments while she's at the microphone? Go ahead, Nancy.
Okay. As I said, this has come up a number of times because of concerns that school committee members have brought up or because of concerns that administrators have brought to us. We just feel it's important for all of us as adults to come up to speed on this topic. Vaping refers to the use of e-cigarettes. There's a company called Juul, J-U-U-L, that currently owns over 70% of the e-cigarette market. And many people believe that they built their $16 billion empire over the last few years by marketing to teenagers. And maybe it's because of the multicolors, the bubblegum flavor, and the fruit flavors, but they've been extremely, extremely successful in a quick period of time. Among teenagers, cigarette smoking was almost eliminated But just this past December, the U.S. Surgeon General declared teenage vaping a national epidemic. Nicotine is a uniquely dangerous drug for young adults because of the developing mind. And the strengths vary, but a stat frequently quoted is that one vaping pod contains as much as nicotine as 20 cigarettes. Not everybody smokes a full pod, but still, that's a potent thing that kids don't realize what they're doing. Vaping devices are often very small and can be mistaken for a flash drive. They can be odorless or smell like the fruit flavor or mint, all of which make it hard to detect, never mind to actually catch the kids in the act of doing it. And that's at home, that's in school, that's everywhere. Many people are mistaking these for flash drives. They're really small devices. All of these problems are found in growing numbers in Walpole by the police, by the Walpole Public School staff, and hopefully parents at home. Vaping is the #1 reason that students are being suspended from Walpole High School. The Walpole Public Schools are tackling this problem on 3 fronts, as we have been advised by many professionals. We're educating in health classes in our middle school and high school extensively. And through those classes, we're reaching out to parents. But we also felt that this was an important opportunity to reach out to adult members of our community. The industry has grown so quickly that the kids know a whole lot more about this than most adults do. Another thing that the Walpole Public Schools has done is we've installed prevention. There's devices in all of our bathrooms. And it does trigger discipline and a many number of both in-school and out-of-school suspensions. It's obviously more of a discipline problem if the students are caught with THC, but our administrators are spending an awful lot of time in the bathrooms, which is ridiculous. And the last thing that we're also finding that we have to do is provide counseling for the students who admit that they're addicted, because it comes on real quickly. Not every kid is prone to addiction, but there are kids in our town and across the country that are coming to their high schools, and I haven't heard about it in our middle schools yet, but coming saying, I need help because I want to break this addiction. So in closing, what can we do? There's a great website that the U.S. Surgeon General has. The thing that you should Google there is Know the Risks on the U.S. Surgeon General's website. I know Robin and John Carmichael put some information out at the desks out front. But the other thing that I would say is just by informing yourselves, look to work with the Walpole Public Schools, the Drug and Alcohol Coalition, and the Walpole Police to help educate our children. We can reverse this trend, but boy, they've got a good head start on us.
Thank you, Ms. Gallivan. Ms. Khatib.
Sarah Khatib, Precinct 8. So I have a question through you, Mr. Moderator, for perhaps the Health Department. She had mentioned in the Planning Board hearing that they were looking at restricting the number of permits. But my question is, are we able to totally restrict the sale of vapes and vape product from convenience stores?
Ms. Chappelle?
That are looking at it right now. The City of Brookline is looking at that at their town meeting. Some places it's being challenged. We're watching and seeing what's happening there. So we're not eliminating it right now from the convenience stores, although we're limiting they're looking at limiting all the flavors. But that is something that the Board of Health is keeping an eye on, and that they might change the regulations in the future on that.
Okay. Also at the Planning Board hearing, I had asked, if we have any information on where the children, the youth are getting these products. I understand the intent of the article is to limit youth from obtaining product, using vaping, and I fully support that. I don't want my kids to do it. I don't want, any kid in Walpole to do it. I understand that intent. But what I asked is where are they getting that? And what I heard was it's a lot at convenience stores are a problem, and that kids are getting them online. And I have a 13-year-old myself. I asked him, does he know people that are, vaping and using? And he said, yeah, of course I do. And so, where are they getting it? Oh, they get their older sibling to get it. So that means that they're going into a 21 plus, situation legally and getting it. And they're also getting it online, having packages sent. They said their parents don't know that the packages are coming. So my concern is, I fully support the intent of the article, but I'm concerned that it's more of a feel-good article, that we think that we're going to be solving the problem by limiting vape shops, where I'm not sure that the kids are really getting them from the vape shops. So I guess I would just, caution against using zoning when, it may not solve the problem that we're after.
Can I comment on that?
Ms. Chappelle?
I just want to say that one of the things that we know that works is that to keep it away from kids looking at the products. So we do see some other products in convenience stores. All of them are behind. They used to be in front. We know that that helps. Having shops that are not in the center of town is out of sight, out of mind for them. We know that there are statistics that say that kids that frequent and that keep seeing the products, even if they're not buying it, have a more tendency to want to use those products. So we're trying to use every little tool that we have in the toolbox. So it's not going to solve the whole problem, because we do have to stop other people from giving it to the kids, and we do have to stop the internet sales, but this is a tool that we think will be useful for the community.
So let me just bring this back a little bit. Let's keep this on the zoning matter of the article. I know it's a very emotionally charged issue. It affects our children, but let's kind of rein it in a little bit if we can, and stay on the location aspect of it. I think we've covered the addiction part of it quite a bit.
Okay, so on that point, I did have one thing to say about the zoning. I don't know if it's possible to bring the zoning map back up, the locations of the industrial zone. So there are three kind of major areas of the industrial zone. One is, in South Walpole. I'm sure probably most of you are familiar with that industrial area. There we go. And so that large yellow piece right there, that's not Route 1, that's 1A. So the purple area right there, that's the Central Business District. So that would be in the area right next to downtown. And then slightly, if you call it north from the page, that's further up 1A, if you see Kendall Street kind of up there. So those are the three major areas that we would be restricting it to. I just want to make sure that people understand where we're restricting it to.
Thank you for that clarification. On the same?
Area, being in South Walpole, it's not really South Walpole.
Okay, sorry.
So I wouldn't
I'm
want
from the
someone to
other
think
side
that
of
you were
town,
talking
sorry.
about the bird property, is what I mean, that if you're in South Walpole, you may think that that's what someone was talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
And through you, moderator, in response, Rachel, for...
So in response to the online, kids obtaining it online.
Briefly, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, briefly.
That was how they used to obtain it. And the only thing that we can see is, since these shops have opened in town, we have seen that uptick. Like I had said, we went from 4 to 16 in less than a year's time after the shops opened. And the kids that we have questioned and who have been forthcoming with the information are now reporting that they are obtaining them from individuals, not online. So.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khatib. Ms. Corey?
Val Corey, Precinct 2. Move the question, please.
Thank you. Who seconded that? Thank you, Mr. Valencourt. Yep. Moving the question requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a 2/3 vote. I know you all wanted to use your voting devices, didn't you? I declare 2/3 vote. So now the question before you is the vote on Article 19 to amend the zoning bylaw to, as set forth in the warrant, which would restrict future locations to industrial zoning. I just wanted to clarify that. All those in favor, this requires a 2/3 vote because it is a change to our zoning laws. So all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? No. I declare 2/3 vote. At this time, we're going to take a short break. It's not quite 9, but it's pretty close. And one of the purposes of the break is to before we take off, Mr. Moraski, I need all the current Rules Committee members to please stand for your precincts. Okay, now I need you to go to a corner of the room and call your members around, and you guys need to caucus. And I need someone to take care of this for Precinct 2. Because, is it Precinct 2 or Precinct 4? 2? No. Is it? Okay, yeah. So Precinct 2, I need someone to rally the troops on that and vote a new caucus member. So this is your opportunity to restate your member to the Rules Committee. And I will just say, I will be asking them to look at rules to update our voting methods to include electronic voting and other matters that may come forward. And any member here can suggest that too. So if you could caucus briefly, and then the member who is elected by their precinct come down and give us your name, and then we'll commence to a break after that. Thank you. A 10-minute break.
Return to your seats now. Mr. Hamilton, to your seat, please. No. Folks, has anybody found a device by any chance? Mr. Hamilton seems to have misplaced his. And if you do have his device, please don't, if you see it, don't pick it up because that means you have two devices and you're in violation. Chief Carmichael, get ready. We might need you. Hamilton goes and looks for that. I have a feeling we're going to need it. I have a motion here to reconsider the vote on Article 13, which has been submitted by Mr. Ardeen and seconded by Mr. Buckley. Mr. Ardeen, you have 3 minutes to give the explanation as to why you... Mr. Mercedes? Our rules dictate, so this would be a matter for the Rules Committee, so everybody pay attention on this one. They allow any member to, whoops, that's the wrong one. Our rules do allow reconsideration. I think what you're probably referring to, Mr. Brusadis, is the town meeting time where it's a little more open to interpretation, but our rules supersede town meeting time. So it does allow a member, and I will read you exactly what it states, and I've actually been over this with town council. The motion to reconsider is not debatable. The mover must explain in no more than 3 minutes why such a motion is being made, following which the vote will immediately be taken, assuming that there's no statements requiring comment by town council or myself. The motion requires two-thirds vote for passage. And if it is successful, then we just return immediately to the point and resume debate. Again, for whatever purpose Mr. Ardeen is going to state for your consideration right now. Is that clear enough? Shoot, Mr. Pila.
Richard Peeler, Precinct 7. Mr. Moderator, before Mr. Ardeen gives his reason, a couple of questions on the process. Who would be eligible to vote? Just the people who were here on Monday?
No.
Who voted on Monday?
That is not specified in our bylaws.
It's not specified.
The members here this evening now vote.
If it's not specified, then it could go the other way, could it not?
Mr. Pila, I'm just stating what's in our bylaws. The quorum in attendance tonight will vote on it, the matter. It does not matter how many were here or who was here Monday night. It is who is here tonight on reconsideration. I've looked at this closely over the last couple of years because I've been waiting for this to happen, and it's here. So I'm very comfortable with this. And town council, if you would like to opine on this as well, just to help, I would appreciate that.
Mr. Moderator, through you, the rules of this town meeting are that reconsideration may be moved doesn't specify whether a person has to be on the winning or the losing side to move for reconsideration. It doesn't require that notice be given of reconsideration at any particular point, and it doesn't require that it be done at the same session of the town meeting at which the initial vote was taken. It also doesn't restrict anybody who's eligible to vote from voting, and in my experience, that would be highly unusual. And so town meeting time gives discretion in places or in instances when there's a tradition of discretion. Here, the rules would supersede that, in my opinion.
Mr. Moderator, Council,
Well, we're under a
Excuse
point of
me.
order, so you know what, Mr. Pila, just, I understand that.
this
he's
is not a
asking
debate.
question.
These are questions so we all understand
Well,
what the rules are.
Mr. Pila, I will take care of this, okay?
Thank you.
I do not need you telling a member on that, okay? Please, now would you all simmer down? Mr. Maffey, you may sit for the moment. Mr. Pila, I ruled on your point of order. You have another question, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Maffey, okay?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, Council, of the 4 reasons that you just stated, or the 4 statements that you just made, none of which answered or addressed the question as to if someone was not here.
Mr. Pila, you know what? Your question has been answered. Please take your seat. Mr. Maffey. Mr. Maffey, thank you. Yes, Ms. Corey.
Sorry, I think I'm sort of figuring it out, but I really don't really understand what reconsideration is.
So I'm going to explain what reconsideration is one more time, so everybody please.
Is it a revote?
No, what we're doing is we are reconsidering, he's asking that this body reconsider the vote made Monday night, okay? And he is going to give you his reason for asking you to reconsider it. And I'm assuming his reason is not trivial, okay? So he has something, so he's going to explain it. We're not going to debate it. We're just going to go immediately to a vote at that point in time, okay?
Okay, all right, so a revote if it gets voted to reconsider.
But it's not necessary. You have the right to decide. He's going to explain why he's asking for you to reconsider.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, now let's, excuse me, one moment, folks. Folks, Mr. O'Leary, I'm going to allow you, because I recognized you on your point of order, but I'm going to do something else first, folks. I think we've covered this. I understand some folks are unhappy with this, and some folks are obviously happy with it. But here's the way it's going to work. Mr. O'Leary is going to ask his point of order. Unless you have something specifically new to bring up in a point of order, not to debate this decision by me, then we're going to move forward, and Mr. Ardeen is going to explain. At that point in time, based on his comment, you will vote yes to reconsider or no to reconsider. Clear? Mr. O'Leary. New.
Question, Robert O'Leary, Precinct 3. The 3 minutes, are they related to the vote itself that had been taken?
They're related to his reason for asking reconsideration. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Mr. Ardeen.
So, can I ask a question still? Can I ask a question of that?
Mr. Brusades, if it's, we're not debating, no, he's making his statement. We're going to move on right now.
But my question is, are we allowed to ask for a reconsider vote on his reconsideration?
Okay. Thank you. Only if it switches.
Okay.
But then you would have to you'd have 3 minutes to give your reason for switching it back. Got it? Thank you. Good question, Mr. Brusades.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to know, is my 3 minutes up? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As people may know that were listening to the debate the other night, one of the members, Mr. Cuniff, asked who the minority members and what their votes were on the article as a member of the Finance Committee. I already spoke to that, and I had voted as a Finance Committee member to vote no on the fields. The reason I voted no on the fields, that I stated the other night, I thought the price was too high. I will be submitting, and voted that way, I voted a no on it because the price I thought was too high. I will be submitting a substitute motion if the reconsideration vote passes to reduce the bonding. See another slide, please? So to reduce the 7 million down to 5 million. So the cost of the project would drop by $2 million. Why do I do this? Because I talked to several people over the past
Do not interrupt. Keep going, Mr. Ardeen.
during the last few months on the fields, and there was a lot of support on the fields, but everyone said the price is too high. So at this point, I will be submitting a substitute motion to bring it from the 7 down to the 5 if the reconsideration passes. So at this time, I submit this substitute motion, which doesn't change my comments on Monday night, but it does change my vote if the reconsideration passes and the substitute article passes to vote to yes. I hope the body considers the reconsideration, and if we get to that, I'll speak to the substitute motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Ardeen. We are going to vote right now, Mr. Brusades. Mr. Brusades, we are going to vote right now. Please sit down. Sit down, Mr. O'Leary. Mr. Taylor, be quiet. We are going to go to a vote. Mr. Salvatore, please get off the stage, Mr. Salvatore. Folks, you're going to bring this to order. The next person that basically is out of order is going to be asked to leave the hall. I'm serious. We have a very clear order here. We're going to go forward with a vote now. So those of you that are in favor of reconsidering the vote from Monday evening, sit down, Mr. Hamilton. Sit down. Mr. O'Leary, I'm going to count to 5 seconds and ask Chief Carmichael to remove you from the hall. Mr. O'Leary, please sit down and listen to your fellow members. Thank you. Folks, we are now going to reconsider the vote. It requires 2/3 to pass. If you want to reconsider the vote and reopen debate, then you should vote yes. If you do not, then you should vote no. Any questions on that specific instruction? Yes, Ms. Regusta. I was just going to say that, thank you. So everybody please look at your devices and make sure they're turned on, because we're going to go, yes, Mr. Ardeen.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, this vote is just on the reconsideration.
Correct,
That
Mr.
is all
Ardeen.
you're voting on, is on the reconsideration. Then if with that,
Mr.
which way that
Ardeen,
goes.
Mr. Ardeen, I think that's clear, thank you. Please be seated. So folks, here. Come on down. So folks, as you know, just because I know I'm not going to be able to call this, so we're just going to go straight to an electronic vote. All right? It'll save about 30 seconds, all right? So when the green light comes on and I open voting, you're going to press 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 to abstain. After that, we will then show the devices. There'll be a countdown. We will show the devices and the precincts, your name will show up and you will look to confirm your vote. It'll scroll through, and then at the very end, we will show the tally, and then we'll say whether it passes or fails. So, voting is now open, folks.
1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 to abstain. So if you don't agree with what is shown on the screen from your device, please stand if you suspect that your vote is incorrect. No. Everybody good? Okay, you may show the vote, please. Fail. The reconsideration fails. Thank you, folks. And folks, I just want to explain briefly now. I know what the additional questions you were. I was trying to get control because until it passed, I didn't feel it was necessary to decide that what would have happened, we would return and basically open debate on the motion that was on the floor at the time it had been voted on. And at that time, if someone wants to submit a substitute motion, they can. You're just basically returning to the point at which you voted. And that's the way it works. Mr. O'Leary, you and I can have a conversation about this later. We don't need to do it tonight. I've studied this a lot. I have town council I've reviewed. I'm pretty confident in my understanding and statement. Yes, Mr. Moraski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Moraski, Precinct 8. Could you, or through Town Council, now let the body know what effect this vote had? Is this a similar vote as a zoning vote where this article may now be prohibited from coming back to town meeting, or is this something different?
Thank you, Mr. Moraski. Excellent question, Town Council.
Mr. Moderator, through you. This is not similar to zoning. The zoning provides that a petitioned article for a zoning bylaw can only come back if it's rejected with the approval of the planning board within 2 years, and otherwise it's prohibited for 2 years. There's nothing like that about this kind of a vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Town Council. Thank you, Mr. Moraski. Excellent question. So at this time, we're going to pick up with Article 20. This is a zoning amendment on age-qualified villages for 15-acre projects. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote to amend the Walpole zoning bylaws, Section 10C.6.A, age-qualified village, 15-acre projects, site building and dwelling unit requirements by deleting in item 17 the following. Developers of age-qualified villages, 15-acre projects are encouraged but not required to designate at least 15% of the units within the development as affordable, and inserting in place thereof the following new text. Developers of 15-acre age-qualified village, 15-acre projects are required to designate at least 10% of the units within the development as affordable units. As a condition of the special permit, these dwelling units must also be permanently deeded restricted as affordable. This is a petition of the Planning Board. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action 13-0-0.
Mr. Gallivan, Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action 3-1.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. And Mr. Conroy, the Planning Board.
Planning Board voted 4-1-0. This was our article.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. If you would like to speak to it, you may, please.
My assistant. Did you find it, Bill? He found it.
I'm happy to hear that, Mr.
You
Hamilton.
ought to charge them, some type of...
He had it.
Yeah. Didn't work. Anyway, what we have here was a very simple thing. We've had AQVs. We all seen the one at Pulte on woodworkers, and we now have one in front of us for Renmar. This is a great deal for the developers. On the 15 acres, they can put 12.5 units per acre. They can maximize, and it's real profitable for them, which is great. And with the age qualified, for us, the town, people have called it cash cow, which it probably is. But the problem we have is, and especially this year when it started the housing partnership up again, is we're losing ground on our 10% requirement to the state. And every time we put in 10 units and we don't do one of these, we've lost one. So, for example, right now, their grandfather anyway, the one in Renmar, the 100 units, they put 100 in. That's 100 more units that we need 10 more, and we haven't made up for it. So all we're asking at this point is just to put the 10% in there to make them have to do it. And the affordable, and this is also the other thing that took place in some of the discussions, the fact that we all think about affordable housing, everybody thinks of families. One of the things people don't think about is the older people, like myself, that maybe want to downsize or can't afford it anymore. What are we doing for the elders? And this is a program that would help the elders, that if we had the 10%, they could be set aside for them. There has been debate that should it be for Walpole residents or whatever. That isn't here tonight. What is here tonight is we've got to get the 10% in before any more comes along so that we don't fall further and further back. And that's why the reason for this on the 15 AQV project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Mr. Flowers.
Andrew Flowers, Precinct 4, also on the Finance Committee. Until last month, I chaired for 14 months the Housing Partnership Committee. I'm on the Finance Committee, and I was the chair of the Housing Partnership Committee. Everything that Chair Jack Conroy just said was excellent, and I echo that. I want to speak in favor of both this article and Article 21. Walpole needs to do better to increase the availability of affordable housing in town. In this article and the next one, while they focus just on age-qualified villages, I applaud it because I think it's a great template for what is called inclusionary zoning. What is inclusionary zoning? Well, for one, it's the #1 recommendation that the Housing Partnership came away from our over 1 year of study that resulted in the Housing Production Plan that the Planning Board, the Board of Selectmen, and the state all voted in favor of.
Excuse me, Mr. Flowers. Mr. Hasenjager.
So this is essentially an example of an inclusionary zoning for AQVs. And so I would say it's exactly what inclusionary zoning would look like in other towns like Mansfield and neighbors in Norfolk County that have done this. But to speak to the specifics of this article, it's essentially saying, developers, if you come in and build an AQV and you want to build, say, 100 units, 10 of them have to be affordable. There's a definition that goes into that, and others have spoken to that, like Audrey Grace and Ben Barrett on Monday. That definition is not public housing, it is affordable housing. And by one definition, a family of 3 making $80,000 a year in the Boston metro area qualifies for affordable housing. So it's not low-income housing per se, it's just market rate housing that's available for people with modest incomes. So, okay, to have an AQV inclusionary zoning bylaw, which is essentially what this is I think a great step forward, because our inclusionary zoning bylaws or this type of article for the AQV, does it make sense in every type of housing market? No, but in housing markets that are growing fast, both in population and in prices, and in terms of job growth, which define everything in Walpole and frankly the whole Boston metro area, it does make sense. It requires the 10% threshold that we're spelling out here to essentially have Walpole not fall further behind. Our current threshold, our current share of affordable housing is around 7%. This essentially is going to say for AQV specifically, let's not fall further behind. So everything Chair Jack Conroy said, I want to echo it for this and the next article. And just one point, you're going to hear people tell you, that this is going to prevent development. Not in a housing market that's hot and growing as this one is. It won't. It will cut into the profits of developers, yes, and they may not like that, but there'll be plenty other developers queued up behind them to take on these projects. And it's going to provide affordable housing for seniors. And again, I'll close with this. It's a great template for the kind of inclusionary zoning I hope Walpole develops for all types of zones, not just AQVs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Mr. Hamilton, and I apologize for taking Mr. Flowers ahead of you.
Hamilton, Precinct 5, no problem. I speak in favor of this with one caveat. I understand that if low-income housing comes available, that residents of Walpole who qualify will be given preference. I want to know if that's still true, Mr. Moderator.
Can anybody speak to that? Mr. Conroy, was that addressed by the planning board?
No, during the December, when we put this on, that wasn't part of it. It's been discussed since, and I thought someone might try to put it on, but right now, you're better off not. We can do that in the fall and just add to it for, but we still have to get that through, and town council would have to answer to that, whether we can do it legally. I think we can. I know it's a little off the subject, but I'd ask town council if she could weigh in. Can you do that? And if we can, we'd probably do it in the fall.
Town council?
Mr. Moderator, we can look into it further, but there's been difficulties trying to do that in other communities.
And right now, I would say it would be outside the scope of the article.
I concur with your judgment.
Okay, well, I was on the housing partnership, and we did it then. Now, one question for clarity. The back office told me to ask for a roll call vote so that we would have a recorded vote of the last reconsideration vote. And I wanted that in case it passed so that we could do another reconsideration in the future if it was needed. But is that a roll call vote that will be available?
That was not a roll call vote. That was just an electronic vote. And the vote is in now, so it's too late to go back for a roll call. The roll call has to be, excuse me, Mr. the roll call has to be asked for before. And I know you're probably going to say, I was going to do that and you wouldn't allow me. Unfortunately, there were so many questions that were getting ahead of where we needed to be that I basically had folks sit down. So there is no roll call vote, and we're not going to go back and do a roll call now.
Well, I did speak, and I'm sure that the back office heard me.
Mr. Hamilton, we're not doing a roll call vote on Article 13 reconsideration now. Mr. Leith.
Thank you, John Leith, Precinct 1. I had two questions. I guess through you to Andrew Flowers, or maybe someone else can address this. I heard Mr. Flowers refer to the $80,000 per year salary. What I'm wondering is, where is the definition of what constitutes an affordable rental or house? Is that in the bylaw as well? And how is that determined? That's the first question.
I know the answer to that, but I'm going to ask Mr. Conroy from the planning board to speak to that.
Rather me tell it, Dan?
Oh, he'd like to know where the definition...
I know. If you know it, save some time.
I'd like to... You know what? Okay.
No, I'm only kidding. The affordable units is defined by mass housing or whatever. We take it from that. We have to go by what they have. They have a whole formula for that. Each town's a little bit different. So this is covered under that. And I'd ask you to moderate through town council if I get a yay. Thank you.
Town council? Yeah. Yeah, and Jack, what I was going to refer to is that it's more generally in the bylaw and not specific to age-qualified villages, too. It speaks to the term, but the term is defined within the overall bylaw.
Thank you. And the second question, again, out of ignorance, is how does one, not qualify, but how does one get selected? Apply, and what is the process? Is it a lottery or first come? I mean, if you could just explain how that works. Thank you.
Town council?
System for doing that, and it is a lottery system, and part of the process for getting approval is explaining how the lottery system works and what the qualifications will be and what the timing would be on submission of applications, et cetera.
Sorry, just one very quick follow-up question. So does that require like verification of income and that sort of stuff in order to get the application in? Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Hassenjaeger.
Yeah, Hassenjaeger, Precinct 1. The Economic Development Commission voted 5-0 opposed to these two articles. Essentially, very quickly, because I realize the articles are going to be voted through, but just as informational to the body, AQV is a product for seniors. We have 6,500 to 7,000 seniors in town. The population's growing all the time. It's a product that's very viable, and it enhances the community because of we're concerned with the tax base. The AQVs produce, they're like an ATM machine. They don't send kids to school. They don't use municipal services. They maintain their own utilities and roads. So many communities feel they're attractive. Here in Walpole, over the last 4 years or 5 years, we've kind of tried to get rid of them. Walpole started off by making age-restricted villages 10 acres, then we went to 15 to make it harder to find big sites. Then we took them out of the zoning areas in town that have that type of property, the limited manufacturing, the industrial. Now they've been reduced down to 2 of the more denser, smaller area zones in town that don't have 15-acre parcels or 10-acre parcels. And this is like the final nail in the coffin as far as people developing AQVs in Walpole. Now only do they have to deal with the other difficulties, but they have to try to engineer the economics of the affordability units into the mix. That would possibly, we thought, would encourage people who want to do this to go to another town, as opposed to incur these limitations in Walpole, which we felt was injurious to the growth of our tax base to pay for a lot of the things that we've spent money on in the recent past. So that's the genesis of the vote. Unfortunately, this is a much bigger problem, affordability, and I would just say this group should have looked at the Walpole Housing Authority, who, in my estimation, over the last 35 years has done virtually nothing to develop senior housing.
Mr. Hassenjager, we don't need to
Of course you
make
don't.
those kind of comments.
But I'm putting the context of what's being done here, and that's fine. You know, I'll take side bets in the back about how many AQVs we get in the future. But this is not good for the tax base. It's not good for the seniors. It's not what other towns are doing. Other towns are doing the opposite. They're having 3-4 acre parcels for AQVs, and they're being much more creative about density. So, you know, it's unfortunate. This is it sounds like a good solution, but this doesn't really solve much of anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassenjager. Mr. Brusades. Ms. Masterson.
Yes, Susan Masterson, Precinct 3. Are the units already started, like at Pennington Crossing and the one that's over by the railroad station? Are they going to be grandfathered in? Because Pennington Crossing is all condos. They're condos, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, and their range right now goes from 367,000 up to like 480,000 for the 2 bedrooms. Now, are we going to tell these developers, like Pennington is going to have 4 buildings, are we going to tell these developers, like you can build 3 condos, but 1 building has to be just apartments? How are we going to?
Ms. Masterson, my understanding is, and Mr. Conway, please confirm that this is only for new applications that come forward now.
Okay. So there would be more buildings. Some would be condos, or aren't we going to build condos any longer? Just apartments? I think that's something that has to be considered.
Mr. Moderator, through you. There's different types of affordable housing, and I'm not specifically talking about this zoning bylaw, but there can be affordable housing deed restrictions that are permanent, placed on private units, and there's also affordable housing that's rental units. So it could work in either situation.
Thank you, Town Council. Mr. Brusades.
Mercedes, Precinct 8. My opinion on this is it's a little too little. It's too little, too late. We missed a great opportunity with all the condos going up in downtown currently, along with the woodworkers project. That's when this should have been addressed, when we're looking at large-scale projects. Andrew talked about the fact that we need to get close to 280 approximately units to get to our percentage. We're never going to reach that percentage with these smaller units, these smaller AQV properties. At the end of the day, Andrew also suggested that the builder is going to take on that cost for that affordable unit. You can be certain that the builder is not going to take on that cost. That cost is going to be spread along the other units available. So when Jack is looking for one of these units, he's going to end up paying an additional $80,000 or $100,000 to make up the difference for that affordable property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercedes. Mr. Moraski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Moraski, Precinct 8, and I'd like to correct some information. Mr. Hassenjager said that we got rid of some AQVs and then went to the 15-acre AQV. In effect, we have two AQVs. We have a 10-acre AQV and a 15-acre AQV. The 15-acre AQV was written by Liz Dennehy, one of the previous planners, and it was written for the construction of Pulte's Pennington Crossing at the site of the woodworkers. So we have two, and the 15-acre AQV is considered the large AQV, where you have that apartment-style homes. It has a height limitation of 60 feet. The small AQV is most for the townhouses and smaller units, detached single-family homes. With respect to taking them out of the zoning LM, yes, we did. We took the the small AQV out of the, out of the LM zone, and that was done because we were afraid of the loss of business, and town meeting approved that, and we went over that in depth with the loss of business and the fact that we would end up all paying higher residential taxes the more the business zones decreased because we have a dual tax rate. And with respect to Mr. Brusade's reference that we lost ground when we didn't approve the condos in the center of town, they're not condos, they're apartments. If town meeting passes these two articles, and we hope they do, I'm going to work with the Housing Partnership Committee, and we're going to start on inclusionary zoning for the apartments and also a trust fund. And the reason being is that AQV section of the zoning bylaw is self-contained, it's independent, it's section 10C. It's easy to amend. Apartments, that's a whole different story. We're going to have to sit down and go through the entire zoning bylaw book and make sure we catch all the references. So that's why it's, we've got the housing partnership program and the recommendations, and we're trying to take the first step and get an initiative going because the last time when we had a housing partnership report, we did nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moraski. Mr. Chekarowski.
Philip Shaharofsky, Precinct 7, and also a member of the Housing Partnership. And I just want to make 3 points. First, I totally support this article. Second, it should be just as Andrew mentioned, it's a framework that we can go forward so we can do it for our other zoning, other housing, which was desperately needed to be for more affordable housing. And then third, as far as affordability, it's not that we want to make these developments affordable to developers. We want to make these affordable to our seniors, so the people who live in Walpole can afford to live there, and that should be our first priority. And based on the housing that's going on right now, there should be no reason for developers not to want to come to Walpole and do some of these developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chekarowski. Mr. Cuneff.
Hi, Cuneff, Precinct 5. A couple of points of clarification here. AQVs can either be ownership units or rentals. Can somebody address that for the moderator?
Yes.
Second thing, hard to believe I am over 55. So if I'm lucky enough to get one of these units, would it be designated in perpetuity as a low AQV unit?
Mr. Conroy, could you just clarify on that?
Yeah, the way these are supposed to run, unless town council contradicts, is it's supposed to be in perpetuity, but previous town councils told me perpetuity is only 99 years. So 99 years of perpetuity, I think 99 years of perpetuity for all of us sitting here, so.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy.
One more follow-up question on that. Would I get a break on my property tax based on the actual value of that unit as opposed to the rest of the units in the facility?
Mr. Conroy?
Yeah, what would happen is your taxes would be based upon what you paid for the unit. So if this one's 500,000 and you paid 300, your taxes would be based upon the 300.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Ms. Khatib?
Sarah Khatib, Precinct 8, also Planning Board. I'm wondering, Mr. Moderator, is it possible to get a legal opinion between the difference between 99 years and permanent?
Town Council?
It really depends on whether the state is involved. If the state's involved and the state recognizes it can be permanent, as in perpetuity, and otherwise it's 99 years.
So are they the same here in Walpole or no? Is it the same? Does it mean the same? 99 years versus permanently deed-restricted? Or are they two separate definitions?
Town Council?
It depends if the state is involved. If we're looking to have them count for the SHI and we're going to be going through the state to deal with the affordable housing restrictions, then they can be in perpetuity. But if they're not, then it's just 99 years typically. Because there's case law that says that perpetuity means 99 years for the purpose of a deed restriction.
Okay.
But they can be permanent.
Okay. I'm asking because I had prepared a substitute motion modifying the definition of affordable units to say that all of our affordable units shall be permanently deed restricted. And I was told by the moderator that I couldn't do that because that's different, that's outside of the scope. So I just want to understand, going forward, what.
Yes, and that was ruled out of scope
Right.
because it would have applied to apartment buildings and other units that are not age-qualified villages. 'Cause the
Right, but if
definitions-
we're asking for the affordable units to be counted in our subsidized housing inventory, then it sounds like town council is saying that it's the same. I'm not going to submit the substitute motion. I just want to understand if I could have.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking right now, because I think you've asked and I think it's been answered, so if I'm missing something, please ask again.
Okay. I'm not clear on it, but that's fine. I'll let that go for now. I do support this article as well as the next one. I think that a lot of people know that we have a housing crisis in Massachusetts. We definitely need affordable housing in Massachusetts. And very often in this body, we've talked about taking care of our seniors and, in consideration of those people who are living on a fixed income. This addresses some of that. I think it's important. It does a good job in saying going forward that all additional AQVs will have a requirement for 10% affordable, and I think that's important. I'd like to see us explore that across the board. And I'll just use this opportunity to again make an impassioned plea that we take a look at the bylaw holistically, that we really review it. The language in the motion kind of drives me crazy because it's redundant and it says the same thing and it's not necessary, which I wanted to clean up, but that's fine. So I'm just going to make another impassioned plea to the town administrator and the Board of Selectmen, if we could please look at updating our master plan and updating our bylaws to be more holistic and clean and efficient.
Thank you, Ms. Khatib.
Thank you.
Mr. Murtaugh.
John Murtaugh, Precinct 5. Article 20 sounds good, well-written, and I fully back it, but I have only one concern. Will it force 40B on these tracts of land? They won't want to go this route. They'll go the 40B route. That's my only concern. And I'd put that to the
Mr.
town-
Conroy?
Okay.
These are restricted on where you can build them. You know, like you have LM and RB districts. With 40B, you can build them anywhere. There is no zoning.
What I'm saying is, will they go the 40B route rather than the age qualified? That's what I'm worried about. We have still several vast tracts of land. We have one in Summer Street, right beside the post office. There's 27 acres there. My biggest fear, will the developer go the 40B route, not this route?
That would be a developer decision, right? I mean, obviously, the age-qualified village would have the restriction. Go ahead, Mr. Conroy.
Yeah, and if you look on, based upon the market, a lot of people getting ready to sell their initial house, and that's why everybody's doing these AQVs. That's where the market is. I think they've kind of hit the skids a bit on the 40Bs because there's an influx of them, but these, and we all know if you look down on Riverwalk, I mean, those are nice, and even Delapa Village. So that's what the people are looking for when they sell their house. So that's a very, very nice market for them.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy.
I'm thinking if this language was in place, the time Walpole woodworkers had approval for 40B, they weren't going to go the age qualified because of the 10%, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Murtaugh. Ms. McCarthy.
Shannon McCarthy, Precinct 4. So we've been talking about the 40Bs. We have an obligation to get up to 10% affordable housing, or we're going to continue to be at risk for these 40Bs. I've heard a lot of complaining from people in town about all these developments that are going up. Someone earlier said it's too little too late. But we didn't make that argument about the vape shops, and I think the same sentiment applies here. We have to start somewhere, and this seems like this is a good place to start. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Mr. Forsberg.
Mr. Moderator, Forsberg, Precinct 7. About 8 or 10 years ago, when I was on the Master Plan Implementation Committee, we started talking about this inclusionary and the affordable housing being an inclusion in every development that came in town. So I see this as a start. And another note that I would like to make is that in a regular 40B, 20% of the units have to be affordable. But if it's a condominium project, only those 20, if it's an owner-occupied unit like a condo, only the actual units that are designated 40B count towards your 10%, whereas if it was an apartment complex, even though you only had 20% of the units being affordable, the whole complex would be considered affordable. Is that correct, Town Council?
Town Council, that's correct.
Okay, so my point being that if the two apartment complexes downtown were actual apartments in 40B, that would put us over the 256 units that would actually be required to have to meet a 10%. So after those would be complete, we would be meeting the state requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forsberg. Mr. Damish.
Damish, Precinct 7. I think if there's one thing we've learned through the years about zoning is there's unintended consequences. So a lot of times these things get voted down. I think here we're running the risk of if we move to this restriction on AQVs, people aren't going to build AQVs. So if you want to get bigger projects like we have going up in the town now, I think that's what you're going to see. And we talked about seniors and the people getting older in town. There's going to be less room for them, but there'll be plenty of bigger structures in the town. So I would vote against this because I'd like to see the AQVs not be restricted. I think the focus should be on restricting non-AQVs and work with these AQV developers instead of forcing them to look elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Damish. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim O'Neill, Precinct 8. I'm in favor of Article 20 and Article 21. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Affordable Housing Committee for some great work that they did in generating that housing production plan. If people haven't seen it, it's worth taking a look at. It's a nice, comprehensive body of work, and has been approved by various boards and committees in town, including the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board. It's also been approved by the state. So we now have a housing production plan in place, which is very important. The articles that we have in front of us tonight, 20 and 21, are fully consistent with the housing production plan in every regard. You heard from Andrew Flowers earlier tonight. You heard from Audrey Grace and Ben Barrett earlier in the week. And all of them talked about, the inclusionary zoning aspects, and this is fully consistent with that, and that's part of the housing production plan that's been approved. So everything is nicely aligned here with the plan, and I think this is a good idea. I think it's going to help us in terms of our affordable housing question here in the town, and I stand in favor. Thanks, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Forsberg, did you?
Yes, I'd like to add that this development of this article will not require the developer to go to the state to get approval. Everything could be done right in town. And my understanding is with any 40B project, a developer is only allowed to make a maximum of a 20% profit on the project. So if that was the case, if this was a 40B, that's all he'd be allowed, and he wouldn't be allowed to, but with this project, he would be allowed to make as much profit as he actually could. So he wouldn't be limited to the 20%.
Thank you, Mr. Forsberg. Any further questions or comments on Article 20? I forgot what article we were on. So, Ms. Corey.
Val Corey, Precinct 2. I just have a question. I hope it's not a little bit out of scope. It's pertaining to this, and it will help me sort of base. But what happens if a town doesn't, I'm assuming the state says you have to do 10%. But what happens if you don't meet that 10% criteria that we have to worry so much about acreage and stuff? So if we don't meet the 10%, what do? What happens to us as a town?
Town council? That's okay. Ms. Corey is asking what happens if we don't meet the 10% affordable housing limit.
Mr. Moderator, it makes a town vulnerable to 40B developments, which a 40B development, as I know you guys have discussed before, essentially is allowed to be located in any zone and is not subject to the rules in that zone, and essentially it overrides local zoning.
Okay, so the 40B counts as part of the 10%, is that what you're saying? Or no? I'm sorry.
Mr. Moderator.
Town council.
A 40B, and I think this is what the gentleman was saying earlier, if it's a 40B rental project, then every single unit counts towards the SHI, the subsidized housing inventory. If, however, it's privately owned units, then it's only the units that are deed restricted.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corey. Any further questions or comments? There being none, this motion affects a change to our zoning bylaws, so it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Let's do an electronic vote, folks. Make sure it's on. Yes, Mr. Curley. That is correct. If you want a roll call, it needs to be specifically requested prior to. Well, thank you, Mr. Curley. So we're going to go to make sure your devices are on. When the green light comes on, we will start our 20-second clock, and you press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. You may begin voting. Voting is now closed, and we will cycle through the names, so check your name and make sure you agree your vote has been properly recorded. If not, please stand. Is everybody satisfied? Okay, please show the tally and the pass-fail. So the article has passed. We have a 2/3 vote. Article 21. This is also on an AQV amendment for 15-acre projects. It is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote to amend the Walpole zoning bylaw as set forth in the warrant under Article 21. This is a petition of the Planning Board. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote.
Finance Committee voted favorable action 13-0-0.
Thank you, Mr. Trudell. Mr. Gallivan, the Board of Selectmen.
Selectmen voted favorable action 3-1.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. And Mr. Conroy, the Planning Board.
The planning board voted 4-1-0, and it would be the same presentation I had on the other one. I think we all realize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. I think the difference here, this is special permit, right? Oh, they both are. Thank you. I apologize. Any questions or comments on Article 21? Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, I have a question on the AQV. Years ago, when Mr. DeVillis was representing an AQV at Bird Machine, they were going to move it up to Walpole, up to south to the hospital up on Route 1A, which wasn't going to market as good. And he said back then that those AQV units, if they couldn't sell them in time and couldn't rent that many and had to move them, that they could be converted to low-income housing. Is that true today?
Town Council? That's okay. So, Mr. Hamilton, could you just restate your question
Sure.
again? Sorry.
If you can't move the AQVs fast enough as required by law, can you, I understand they can be converted, and one of the things they can be converted to is low-income housing, the units that you can't move.
My understanding is that they'd be restricted under age-qualified housing, the development, so I'm not sure how that would happen, but, yeah. Mr. Conroy, I don't know if you have anything on that, but.
Well, the simple fact on that, it's in your zoning, so you just can't say, I want to go to low income. It's like if you live in a single-family area and you want to make 10 units, you just can't say, well, I can't, and I'm just going to do it. You'd have to go through the process. One of them would be, you'd have to come back to this town meeting and have that changed.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. Mr. Sullivan.
Mark Sullivan, Precinct 3, member of the Finance Committee. Through you, Mr. Moderator, would just like to understand, so I understand the 10%. We're going to be adding a requirement that as future developments come in on the AQV, it's another 10%. But I'm just wondering, from a formula standpoint, where is Walpole now? We're at 7%. How do we ever attain the 10%? Like, in other words, if we need 280 units, does that mean we have, like, how many more units of housing does Walpole have to bring in? And how much of that has to be affordable for us to hit that magic 10%?
Your answer is coming up right behind you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Ms. Grace.
Audrey Grace, Precinct 6. I'm sorry, I didn't really catch all the questions. So I think it was, how do we reach that 10%?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, we're here today. What does Walpole have to do? How many more units come in? How many more have to be affordable that we hit our 10%?
Yeah, so I don't know the exact number, but it's about 256. And then after the census numbers come in, it's estimated based on the American Community Survey's data that we'll need an additional 100 or so units. So put it at about 350 units that are affordable. And so we would, once a unit is built and there are some affordable units. We would submit our number, subsidized housing inventory, to the state, and they'd certify that we have those units as affordable.
My question, Mr. Moderator, is to get to those 350 units, how many more units in total? Like if we built 350 and they were all affordable, terrific. But if we're gonna have to say a certain is 10%, like how many more units above? In other words, you have to build 1,000 units to get 350 affordable for Walpole to hit its 10. I'm just wondering about the magnitude of.
Yep,
So
understood.
There's several ways you can get there. As I think town council or someone said, if it's a unit that you purchase, like a condo, then only that one unit counts as affordable. In some cases, we can have accessory apartments. In some cases, count as affordable, but that's not really helpful for the subsidized housing inventory. The way that most towns achieve that is to build apartment buildings. Because if a percentage of those apartment buildings are affordable, every unit counts. So, for example, the Moose Hill development, I believe, has 150 units, give or take. Wait, what? 100, something like that. But because it's a rental unit and they have a percentage that's affordable, 40 of those units are affordable, but all of them count. So there's only 40. So we're having a number of 150. I don't have a number in front of me, but only 40 of them are technically affordable. So in this case, we have that 10%, and so that could help count towards if our rental units, they'll all be affordable. So if you're imagining this in your head, it's not like 1,200 units need to come in. No, sorry, that's 3,000 units need to come in to make 300 affordable units. It could be, much less than that.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. Ms. Khatib.
Sarah Khatib, Precinct 8. I just wanted to add that although we're all, talking about the 10% and trying to get to the 10%, there is a benefit to incrementally getting there. And so as we add units, as we add affordable units to our inventory, that will also help us. It's not like we just have to sit here at 7% and we get nothing until we get to 10%. So as you add a half a percentage or a full percentage, then you get what's called safe harbor as long as you have a active housing production plan, which we do. So I guess I just wanted to say that every step towards it is beneficial. So it's not that we have to have the full 300, 200 units to get some benefit. So every step is beneficial.
Thank you, Ms. Khatib. Any further questions or comments? You would like to move the question, sir? I don't know that you need to move the question. I don't see any further speakers, and it'll avoid a 2/3 vote. Okay, any further questions or comments? Okay, although this is a change to the zoning bylaws, so it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. It is a 2/3 vote. I declare a 2/3 vote for the town council, for the town clerk. I'll remember that one of these days. I did. We are now on to Article 22. This is a citizen's petition, and it is regularly moved and seconded that the town vote to approve Article 22 as printed in your warrant. Mr. Chekarowski?
Philip Shaharofsky.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chekarowski. Mr. Trudell, the Finance Committee vote?
Finance Committee voted favorable action 10-02.
Mr. Gallivan, the Board of Selectmen vote?
Selectmen voted favorable action 3-1-1.
Thank you, Mr. Gallivan. Mr. Chekarowski?
Precinct 7, and if we could please have the presentation. And I just want to ask the patience of town meeting. I know it's been a long night, but climate change is one of the most important issues facing us. Not necessarily immediately, so I thought some.
Mr. Pila?
7, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Mr. Pila, I actually have a substitute motion from Ms. Regusta, but I wanted to let Mr. Chekarowski give his spiel. Are you okay with that?
Well, this would be a motion for no action on Article 22.
Mr. Pila, you are requesting to make a motion. That is not a point of order. I do have a substitute motion from Ms. Augusta that's here and seconded, but I'm going to let Mr. Chekarowski make his presentation, and then we'll take up Ms. Augusta's substitute motion, and then we can take yours as well, or you can talk to Ms. Augusta about that. Okay? Mr. Chekarowski.
So Article 22, it was initiated by Walpole Green, which is the group that used to be Walpole Gas Pipeline. We changed our name. And it's also supported by the Walpole Peace and Justice Group and also by Action Together Walpole. If we could go to the first slide, please. So what this calls for is very simply, it just calls for the town of Walpole getting our municipal energy usage to 100% clean, renewable energy by 2050. And understand, this is a non-binding resolution. So it's really aspirational. It's just setting a goal. Now, it also calls for officials and staff of the town of Walpole to consider all municipal decisions in light of how they get us towards that 100%. And again, it's non-binding, but this is, again, asking them to do that, and it really makes good sense at this point that we do that. If we go to the next slide. So we want to recognize that Walpole has already done a lot of actions to alleviate climate change. And I certainly want to applaud the work done by the Board of Selectmen, by our town administrator, by us, the board, the town meeting. In 2016, the Board of Selectmen and town meeting passed resolutions that were just recording opposition to the gas pipeline. That was a very important stand for us to take. And then the town has also taken actions to return gas emissions, notably the solar photovoltaic overlay district, building the library, which is a gold leads building, offering the power choice. So all of these are really good steps towards helping address the greenhouse gas emissions. And now most recently, we've been applying to the State Municipal Vulnerability Program grant. And these are grants made available by the state to towns to address the impact of climate change. So again, I want to recognize all of the actions that the town has been doing, because that's very important. Next slide. Now, why are we introducing this resolution now? So first and upmost, climate change is one of the most important issues facing us. It's not something that necessarily is always in our face, but according to the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the report last December 2018 shows that the world is at a dangerous tipping point. And they have set the goal that if we're really going to stop climate change, the world has to get to zero gas house emissions by 2050. And at the same time, our own state, through the Baker administration, has been issuing their Massachusetts Integrated State Hazard Mitigation and Climate Adaptation reports every year. And in the 2018 reports, they make it very clear that Massachusetts is actually going to face higher temperatures and higher sea rise and more extreme weather than other parts in the country. And that's based on research done at UMass Amherst. And then probably the most important reason for doing this right now is because Massachusetts passed the Global Solutions Warming Act in 2008. And what that calls for is our state to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2080 relative to 1990, and 80% by 2050. And if you look at the chart there, the only bar to look at that's important is that rightmost orange bar, because that's how far we'd have to get our greenhouse gas emissions relative to the blue bars where we are now by 2050. So what we're doing in this resolution is we're not asking for anything more than what the state is going to be asking us for. Next slide. So what is the purpose of the article? The first step in addressing climate change is to have a conversation, for us to start talking about it at all levels, at the government, business, and among residents. And the best place to start is government, because government can often be a leader, and we have that opportunity to do that. So we need to have that conversation, and in the second thing that the town can do is, as we make decisions to purchase things or in our buildings, it's the opportunity to consider now how we might take the opportunity to do it in a way that might reduce gas house emissions. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to cost more. There are a lot of things that we might just do that we haven't even thinking about. So by bringing greenhouse gas emissions into the mix, we won't miss those opportunities. And there may be some things that it's worth spending a little more money for. But again, this is non-binding, so any of those decisions will be made by the appropriate town boards, the Board of Selectmen, or by our body. And I also want to mention that if Walpole is proactive and has plans, then it will enable us to take more advantage of some of the state grants that are being offered, because a lot of the funding to address climate change is going to come from the state and the federal government. So it really behooves us to be prepared to do that. Next slide. So a lot of people are asking, how much is it going to cost? So the simple answer is it's non-binding, so it really won't cost nothing in the sense that the town is not obligated to do anything. Now, certainly, the town might decide to do things, but that would come through the appropriate boards. So it's not going to happen because this article is enforcing that. It's going to come about because we, town meeting, Board of Selectmen, our residents have all come together and thought that climate change is worthy of addressing, and there are things that we can do. And what's interesting about it is that addressing the causes of climate change now will actually reduce the long impact and the mitigation cost. Now, it doesn't mean that things we do ourselves directly may mitigate climate change, but as the state works as a whole, as the country works as a whole, then all working together, hopefully we are mitigating, or we are reducing the climate impact on climate change. Next slide. So a lot of people are asking, is it practical to get to 100%? And the answer is no one really knows. I mean, there's been a lot of goals that we've had in history that we have reached, and certainly none more that many of us remember as getting to the moon. When they first set that as a goal, no one knew how we were going to get there. But we're in a country, we have scientific and technology experts. We excel in that. The whole world is working on this. So we don't know what might happen to get us there, but there are actually well-known things right now, but there may be hard decisions to get there. So it's aspirational. And it's not just Walpole doing this. We're all following the lead of the Global Solutions Warming Act. And it's not just the state, but in the country, but it's also the world. So we all need to work together, because if we don't have a focus on trying to get there, we never will. And again, there are a lot of things that we've been seeing through LED lights, which has had an incredible impact on lowering our electricity usage. And electric cars are actually becoming much more affordable, and we are expecting to see many automobile companies are only going to be making electric vehicles. So in the next 30 years, we can expect to see a lot of advances that will hopefully get us there. Next slide. I won't go through all the short-term benefits, but just to mention a couple very quickly. The town has the opportunity to install more solar and hydroelectric and look for alternative ways to generate electricity, which could yield benefits and income to the town. Clean energy, it turns out, is really good for the Massachusetts economy. Most of the jobs in clean energy, and there's been 110,000 already generated, those jobs are in Massachusetts, and it's generating about $13 billion in gross national product each year. And so actually, green is really good for our local economy, as opposed to sending those dollars to states which are producing oil. And certainly, one of the big benefits is to reduce our pollution, which yields better health. So Walpole would be doing our part to support the Global Warming Solutions Act by doing this. Next slide. So what are possible next steps? So if we do this, it's non-binding, but it does start the conversation. And some of the things we can do very quickly, first is to apply to the Green Communities Program. There's already 250 towns and cities in Massachusetts that have been accepted. We would be joining that group. we would probably get a first-year grant in the range of $150,000 to $175,000. We would then be eligible to apply for subsequent grants. And then during the process to apply for that program, it would allow us to do an energy inventory and come up with a 5-year plan, which actually is in keeping with this article. Some towns have been establishing energy climate, a sustainable energy coordinator, advisory group. It could be a committee, it could be a person. And what they're finding is that the cost of having that person or having that committee actually is absorbed by the cost or by the benefits of the savings that they're finding in going more to renewable energy. And I noted that in the discussion over the electrical usage at town hall, or I mean at the senior center, the fire station, there was some discussion about is that excessive or not. And again, these are areas where somebody who was given that role could go and look to see how they could do savings. Because sometimes the regulations and the technologies can be complex, and just having the time to go and look and figure out what the options might be. And then the last is creating a climate action plan, and this provides a blueprint for going forward. And again, it allows us to be proactive when we're applying for grants. Next slide. So I urge you to pass this resolution. It starts the conversation and it engages our town government, our business, and our residents to see what we can do. We owe it to our children. We need to address climate change. Now is the time to start. And I know that there's a substitute motion that is very similar, but it takes out the 100% renewable energy. And I just want to say that that's the core of this resolution. It's very easy just to say, well, we need to do something for climate change. But we really need to keep in mind that if we're going to address climate change, we need to get to 100%. And if we don't say it here today, the state's going to tell us that, and it's going to be something that we're going to hear a lot more over the next few years, because the impact of climate change is real, and the tipping point that the IPCC is talking about is also real. So I ask you your support for this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chekarowski. Ms. Regusta, I have your substitute motion here that is seconded by Mr. Hempton. If I may for a second, do all the members, Ms. Regusta left copies out front, do all the members have a copy so they could follow along?
Here, I have an extra. Here, I have one.
Go ahead, Ms. Regusta.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In regards to Precinct 3, my motion reads, I move that the town vote to adopt the following resolution as set forth in the handout entitled Substitute Motion Article 22. With the moderator's approval, can I forego the reading of was my motion proper?
Well, your motion's fine, but we need to get it to the members. So if there's copies still out there, it'd be great if we can get them distributed. I can, you know what, I will read it if you want to follow along to see what the changes are. I'm going to kind of read it a little fast. It's long. It's, and then Ms. Regusta, you can comment as to what your changes are when I'm done, if that's good?
Sure.
Okay. So it is moved, whereas climate change is considered by many to be among the great environmental challenges of this generation, with potentially profound effects on the economy, public health, water resources, infrastructure, coastal resources, energy demand, natural resources, and recreation. And whereas Massachusetts communities, as documented by the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs report, Massachusetts Integrated State Hazard Mitigation and Climate Adaptation Plan, may already be feeling the impacts of climate change. And whereas Massachusetts passed the Global Warming Solutions Act in 2008 that requires reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and whereas the Walpole Board of Selectmen and Walpole Town Meeting passed resolutions in 2016 recording their opposition to investing in new natural gas pipeline capacity, and whereas the town of Walpole is already taking action to reduce its carbon emissions and promote renewable energy like creating a solar photovoltaic overlay district, building a LEED Gold certified library building, promoting recycling, and offering a power choice green electric supplier option to residents. And whereas renewable energy has brought many benefits to Massachusetts, benefits which the transition to 100% renewable energy may increase. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Walpole adopt a goal of transitioning as much of its municipal energy sources as is feasible to renewable energy by 2050. And be it further resolved that the officials and staff of the town of Walpole consider, when feasible, municipal decisions in light of whether they will bring the town's municipal energy usage closer to 100% renewable energy. And be it further resolved that the town clerk be directed to post a copy of this resolution in a public location at the town hall or take any other actions relative thereto.
Thank you.
Ms. Regusta.
The notion of environmental stewardship is, I believe, something that most people, myself included, support. However, there must be a reasonable balance in the execution of this reasonable stewardship. I'm very concerned that the petitioner's resolution in Article 22 goes far beyond creating the environment for reasonable stewardship and crosses over into the realm of town government overreach. The petitioner's resolution clearly states that one of its goals is to spur town government into reaching into individuals' and businesses' private property and force them to adopt 100% renewable energy by 2050. I'm concerned that the petitioner's resolution does not recognize or take into consideration the tremendous costs involved in the negative impact that forcing 100% renewable energy use will have on Walpole residents and businesses. The natural consequence of the petitioner's resolution, if adopted by town meeting, will be town policies which will ultimately erode personal liberties vis-a-vis onerous zoning bylaws, arduous Board of Health requirements, and oppressive Conservation Commission conditions. The petitioner's resolution was presented to the Finance Committee, the Board of Selectmen, and this body as merely a mechanism to start a conversation, that it is only aspirational, and that it is non-binding, meaning that it won't become law. Although it is true that a resolution is not legally binding, it is also true that in general, a resolution, especially one that holds the imprimatur of being voted on as an article at town meeting, carries a lot of weight, especially when it comes to overarching policy and operational decisions. Further, this particular petitioner's resolution has the hallmarks of a policy. I refer to Merriam-Webster, who, among other authorities, defines a policy as a definite course or method of action selected from among alternatives and in light of given conditions to guide and determine present and future decisions. And B, a high-level overall plan embracing the general goals and acceptable procedures, especially of a governmental body. The petitioner's resolution in Article 22 contains these policy attributes and more. Because I believe in both environmental stewardship and personal liberty and responsibility, I have crafted the substitute motion that Moderator Bruce read to this body. The substitute motion resolution captures the spirit and the stated intent of the petitioners to open the conversation to encourage municipal operations toward utilizing more renewable energy sources while preserving the rights and liberties of Walpole residents and business owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Regusta. Mr. Fedek.
Mr. Moderator, Ken Fedek, Precinct 3. I have a question on whether clean renewable energy includes nuclear power. And I ask that question because right now in the U.S. we generate about 15% of our power with nuclear. And right now hydraulic is about 7, wind power is about 4, and solar is less than 1. And these goals are, I would say, unachievable without using nuclear power, which is clean and renewable and doesn't create any carbon imprint. The country of France, for instance, produces 75% of their electric power through nuclear power. And in contrast, Germany gave it up and decommissioned their plant after the Fukushima disaster. And as a result, they had to go back to coal and importing more natural gas from Russia. So I don't think it makes sense to not include nuclear in the conversation, and I haven't seen anything in the article about it.
Thank you, Mr. Fedek. Mr. Hampton?
Tim Hempton, Precinct 1, to Mr. Fedek's question. Nuclear power is a renewable source of energy. It has zero carbon emissions. It's just unpopular in the United States. Although it is true in France, over 70% is utilized that way. I co-sponsored this with Ms. Ragosta because although I agree completely with Mr. Chekarowski's intent, and I certainly, like any person who believes in science, that global warming is a reality, climate change is a reality, but I believe that one of the things that is in his intent is that it has to be 100% by 2050. It is scientifically impossible to have 100% renewable energy in the year 2019. You can't build a windmill, you can't build a battery for a car without using oil to develop these. And if the sun doesn't shine or the wind doesn't blow, you have to go back on the grid. So the technology to bring us to 100% doesn't exist yet until the day that they invent nuclear fusion that creates more energy than it takes in. So I agree with Ms. Ragosta that her sentence is that as feasible. We have to be reasonable when we have these goals, and it does institute some policy ideas here. So I think we need to look at this as something that's feasible or reasonable, not simply say that we're going to be at this point by 2050, because the technology does not exist at this time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Ms. Grace?
Audrey Grace, Precinct 6. I stand against the substitute motion, in favor of the original motion. I think that the 100% is the substitute motion takes all the teeth out of this resolution, for as much teeth as a non-binding resolution can have. If we're not going to have goals, then what's the point? 100% may seem like it's technologically infeasible now, but the amount of advancement we've had in the past 10 to 15 years, who knows what's going to happen in the next 30 years. I also know that there's reports out there that we need to take aggressive action to combat climate change and global warming. There's numbers about 2040 that there'll be an extreme event that as a result of climate change. And so as a mother of 2 young children who won't be retired by 2040, unfortunately, I'd like to take aggressive action now when we can. And I'm far less concerned about my daughter overdosing on marijuana than I am about her being able to have her own children in this world. And so I think we should stand in favor and vote yes on the original motion, vote no on the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. Ms. Hagian?
Megan Ahigian, Precinct 1. I too stand in favor of the original main motion and against the substitute motion, and specifically I'd like to correct a statement that was made by Ms. Ragosta. In support of the substitute motion, she claims that the original motion would somehow impact people's decisions around their private property or be some kind of overreach into their private domain. But if you look at the language of the original motion, it's very clearly scoped to municipal energy usage and municipal decisions. So in nowhere does it impact anyone's private life, so I don't see any reason to water it down or to be less aggressive or equivocate on our desire to leave a clean planet for our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hagian. Mr. Hamilton?
Mr.
Ms.
Moderator.
Regusta, I will come back to Mr. Chekorowski is waiting to come back up and speak too.
Okay, because I would like to.
No, I
rebut
understand
her
that. I understand
claim
that. I see
made
that
a
you want to
false
speak again.
okay.
Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, I rise in favor of the substitute motion. I'm concerned because I thought this was a non-binding resolution, which the substitute motion now has pointed out that teeth are being removed from this non-binding resolution and it's being watered down. Realizing that, I speak in favor of the substitute motion because I would like that to happen.
Mr. Chekorowski.
Philip Shaharofsky, Precinct 7. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A couple of points. First of all, the 100% goal is something that we're going to be doing no matter what. Right now, the Global Warming Solutions Act is 80%. There's bills before our legislature to make it 100%. There are 3 states in the country who have already made it 100%. There are 10 other states, including even Pennsylvania, which is a major coal mining state that has a goal for 100%. Second of all, this does not force anyone to do anything. It is totally non-binding. But if we don't have those conversations, when we have an issue like that, if we don't start looking at what we're going to do and how we're going to solve it, then we're never going to get there. Furthermore, the state has a program called Lead by Example, because in a way, the state's doing exactly what I think Mrs. Rogosha spoke about. So, excuse me, please. She doesn't want us to tell people what to do. This resolution doesn't tell anyone to do something. It's just urging people to do something in regard to the climate change problem, and it's setting an example, because to solve climate change requires not just government to come together, but people. And how do we get people to do things is that we show by example, and we offer programs to help them get there. So, and again, I just want to reiterate, this is not binding. And it's not getting on anyone's rights. So I don't know why this becomes such an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chekorowski. Mr. Breen.
Move the question, please.
Mr. Fettig, did you second that? No. Did I? Here we go. I have plenty of. Here, take Ms. Wall. Okay. The question has been moved. It requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor?
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, I move for a roll call vote with our, can I do that?
For moving the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no,
That you
I'm
want,
sorry.
you,
I
so,
apologize.
excuse me, no, hold on. So you would like, when we take the final vote, you're asking for a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I gotta first do the, I'm gonna do the move the question first, then we'll come back to that, okay? So if you're in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is a unanimous vote. I declare a unanimous vote to move the question. And now we have a motion to have the final vote to be a roll call vote. Who is the second? Mr. Curley is. Yeah, well, yes, it's correct. It's an electronic vote. Electronic roll call vote. Excuse me, folks. Do you have a point of order, Mr. Trudell? You're just raising your hand. If I need point of order, it would help me.
The motion before us is to make the substitute motion the main motion.
That's correct. I thank you. I was actually going to clarify that before we voted, but thank you anyways. So we first need to vote on a roll call vote, which I'm trying to remember. It's 2/3. So we need 2/3 vote to have a roll call vote. No, yes. So Ms. Regusta has asked for a roll call vote on making the substitute motion the main motion. Is that correct, Ms. Regusta?
Yes, and then I would like a roll call, if it passes, I would like a roll call vote on the actual
But
vote.
I understand that. Let's take one at a time here. So I need 20 members to stand with Ms. Regusta for a roll call vote. Can you electronically count? Never mind. I think that's 20 members. Thank you, folks. Okay, so now we just need to have a vote to whether this is a roll call vote. Do Is that right? I'm just losing my mind here for a second.
No, I don't think you don't need a vote.
Bear with me one sec, folks, I'm sorry. It's second, it just requires a majority vote. So all those in favor of having a roll call vote on the substitute motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. It is a majority vote. So we will now use a roll call. So this, check your devices, make sure they're on. You are now voting to make the substitute motion the main motion. Can you reset? They're saying they need a reset. They will reset. So this is for the substitute motion to be the main motion. When the green light comes on, you will press 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 to abstain. Voting is now open. It's coming. We will now display the votes, so please check to make sure your vote is properly recorded. Everybody good? Okay, please display the tally. The motion has failed. It required a simple majority, 47, 68, and 1 abstention. Okay, so now we are back to the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion? There being none, Ms. Regusta, you have a request for this to be on a roll call on the main motion?
Yes.
Okay, so I need 20 members to stand for that. Thank you, folks. You may be seated. So I just need a majority vote on whether we will use a roll call on the final vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. It is a majority vote. So we will take a roll call when we take up the main motion. Mr. Pila.
Mr. Moderator, we have our own PowerPoint presentation that we would like to present to the members.
You may proceed, Mr. Pila.
Would you like us to go up front or here?
You can do it right from there.
All right. With me is Vic Center from Precinct 8. We are here, through you, Mr. Moderator, we are here.
Excuse me, Mr. Ardeen, point of order. That was the move, the substitute motion question. Now we are on a, you know what? That's a good point. The question was moved. Yes, yeah, that is correct. The question has been moved. I'm sorry, Mr. Pila. The question was moved. There's no further debate.
Point of order?
Yes.
I was raised, my intent was to move the substitute motion question.
Excuse me. So, folks, here's, Mr. Breen, I appreciate that clarification. I think there was some confusion in that, but my opinion was you were moving the substitute motion question. That was my interpretation. I'm sure some other folks out there may have had another, but my interpretation is what counts right now. So I'm going to allow Mr. Pila to make, and Mr. Senator to make their presentation. I ask on behalf of the members to please be as brief as possible while making your point.
We will do our best, Mr. Moderator. Through you, Mr. Moderator, we're here because we feel that we do agree with the proponents of the Article 22, that this is a very serious subject. We don't know the exact extent of what the impacts would be. There are a lot of questions that still need to be answered. But there are certain facts that we would like to present.
Excuse me, Mr. Pila, we have a point of order. Please rise. I'm allowing Mr. Pila to give his presentation. Thank you. Would you like to move the question? You would then come down to the microphone and sit, and when he's done, you can move the question. Thank you. Mr. Pila.
Thank you. We would like to think this is for everyone's benefit. Education is not a bad thing. We are opposed to Article 22 for many of the reasons, for 9 specific reasons that are on the screen. I was at the supermarket the other day, and I was talking to a friend who was in line, and we were talking about the rain. And this gentleman has solar panels on his roof, and he mentioned that there was, because of all the rain and lack of sun, that the energy that he thought that he would normally be receiving wasn't receiving. The fact of the matter is that solar and wind are very unreliable.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. They're so unreliable. The average wind turbine, commercial wind turbine, is about a 3-megawatt turbine. It's only 20% efficient. Okay, so a 3-megawatt wind turbine only puts out 0.6 megawatts. All right? Now, the average wind turbine is 400 to 500 feet tall. You can't put them in your backyard. You can't put them downtown. Okay?
Can you go to the next slide, please?
On the next slide here, basically the government, the United States government, requires for every megawatt of solar or wind or renewable energy that you build 1 megawatt of either fossil or nuclear. So the idea that we're going to get out of
Yes, Ms. Lawson.
Mr. Moderator, I've been in the energy business.
Excuse me, Mr. Senator, do you have the facts, the source of this information?
You can go to the DOE and find it. Okay, I've been in the energy business for 25 years. Okay, these are facts. Whether you believe me or not, I don't care.
Gentlemen, please proceed and kind of move forward and stay very focused and on point.
We would like to if we weren't continuously interrupted. I don't believe that the
Mr.
proponent...
Mr. Pila, I understand that, but you know what? You're getting a little controversial too, so if you just please proceed and try to
We're trying to point out facts, and the fact of the matter is that...
In your comments back to the members, you were talking in a downgrade a little bit, and I think we need to stop this, and we all need to get back to the respect that's going on here. That's to many folks, not just the gentleman at the microphone. So I'm not trying to pick on you. I know you think I am, but let's get back. Let's get this meeting done and let's go home.
You wanna go? Okay, stay on 2.
Proceed, gentlemen.
Does anybody here know what the New England Power Pool puts out per day? How many megawatts? New England Power Pool puts out 23,000 megawatts a day, okay? So if you take a 3-megawatt wind turbine,
Mr. Chekarowski. I'm beginning to agree with you, Mr. Chekarowski. I'm going to allow him to continue a little bit further, and then I'm going to cut it off. So let's be very specific to what we're asking the town to do. You're giving us a history lesson in renewable energy, I think, or what the energy sources are currently. So let's be very specific if we can and come back to the point of the article.
well, basically, by 2050, 100% renewable energy is not possible. Okay, you'll have to get rid of cars, you'll have to get rid of airplanes, you'll have to get rid of heating oil in your house, get natural gas in your house. It's not possible.
Next slide. We already mentioned that. Next slide, please. It wasn't that long ago, it was at a selectmen's meeting when representatives from Norfolk County government came before the Board of Selectmen to talk about constructing a solar farm on the land owned by the Norfolk Aggie along North Street. That did not, when they mentioned that, it wasn't really well received. And one of the reasons why, and one of the reasons given by the people from Walpole who were opposed it, is because it would be an eyesore. It takes a tremendous amount of open space land in order to accommodate solar fields or wind farms. Next. Environment. Solar panels are made with cadmium. Cadmium is a poisonous substance and is used in the construction of solar panels. When those panels need to be replaced, what do you do with the cadmium? If there's an accident and damage is done to those solar panels, that cadmium is going into the ground. It poses an environmental problem. Did you want to say anything else about that one?
Yeah, just getting onto the solar, okay? It takes roughly 4 to 7.5 acres to produce 1 megawatt of power. That's a known fact, okay? They just built a plant in Medway, Massachusetts, a gas plant, okay, that produces
Excuse me, folks.
that produces 190 megawatts of power on 1 acre.
Next point, please. I'm going to push you along now. Let's go to number 6, please.
Again, we just mentioned this. Next slide. Many of you probably weren't born in 1965, but the Northeast suffered a significant blackout. The reason for that is that the grid went down. Did you want to elaborate on that?
Basically, how the grid went down in 1965 was, it was a combination of events. One power plant went down, one portion of the grid went down, and then the whole Northeast went black. So if you can imagine taking basically unreliable energy sources and the grid counting on those sources to keep the grid up, it's not going to happen.
Next point, Mr. Senator, I think we got it.
basically, here again, the cost of solar and wind, nobody's really gone into that. If you take, everybody's heard of Cape Wind? Okay, all right. And everybody thought the Cape Wind was going to go through. It didn't go through. And the reason why it didn't go through is because NSTAR and Northeast Utilities refused to pay the 28 cents per kilowatt hour that Cape Wind was going to charge. That was generating cost. Okay, another 6 cents to bring it to market. Okay, that's about 34 cents per kilowatt hour. I pay 10.9 cents per kilowatt hour.
Mr. Senna, I'm sorry. You're getting into so much detail. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's getting lost on that. So we're talking about taxpayer subsidies. Next point, please.
Just trying to
I understand, but your
illustrate the
numbers
cost.
are going, the numbers are not resonating with people right now. I'm sorry.
They will. When they're together.
Okay, true, and I think you've made that point.
Good, with no taxpayers.
Well, the point that we're trying to convey is that this is a very serious subject, but it takes, there's a lot of information that we are talking about, that Mr. Czekanowski is talking about. It needs a debate. It needs a thorough debate. But the people who we should be listening to more and more are experts in a multitude of fields. I know myself, I'm not certainly an authority on this subject. I just like to ask questions. And hopefully these are the kinds of questions that we should all be asking. I don't know if the proponents, what their professional academic backgrounds are, that they can speak intelligently on the subject. It would behoove us if we did convene a series of meetings where we invited people who are in the know so that we could establish clearly what the issues are, what the ramifications are. This is the kind of discussion that should not be at a town meeting, to be discussed, debated in 30 minutes. If you believe that climate change, and I think we all agree that climate change is real, that it is something that we should be addressing, if you really believe that it's real and it's that significant, then it's in our best interest, it's in all of our best interests to really delve into what is involved and what those impacts are. We believe, we're opposed to Article 22. Mr. Czekanowski indicates that it's non-binding. But Ms. Grace explained that the substitute motion that Ms. Ragasta was proposing, it would take the teeth out of the original article. To me, that sounds like not non-binding, but binding. And we all know—
Mr. Pila, that's been voted on. We're past the substitute motion. Let's wrap it up and move on, please.
Wrap it up. We are opposed to this because we believe that it really needs a thorough discussion, and we should be listening to people who know, not people who just read articles and want to regurgitate. So
Thank you,
we
Mr.
are
Pila.
opposed to this, and we hope that you vote against
Thank you,
Article
Mr.
22.
Senna. Mr. Hayner.
Justin Hayner, RTM Precinct 4. I am a PhD candidate at Northeastern University, so those are my credentials. I've also taught several environmental politics classes. Your rating, your report card, you got 6 out of 9 false points and 3 partial truths. We can go through them point by point if you'd like some other time. But the main point here is this is an aspirational goal. This is something that's non-binding. This is a very important resolution, and it's something that your children and your grandchildren are going to ask you about. What did you do when you knew this was coming? You knew climate change was happening. What did you do? You can point to this roll call vote we're about to take and say, the people of Walpole, we stood up. We did our part. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mark Sullivan, Precinct 3, member of the FinCom. I'm in favor of this, but I just kind of want to give us the blink test. So as you know, probably many of you have received where you can buy your electricity from. And there's one, I think they call it Clear Choice, maybe I'm mispronouncing it. And I've actually signed up for it. And basically I'm buying now, it's generated from wind and solar. And it's roughly about 10% more than, let's say, someone that's getting it through gas and coal. And I don't have figures, so I'm just using approximates. But I believe, Mr. Moderator, that when we talked with the town administrator, Walpole pays roughly $600,000 to $700,000 annually for electricity. So by passing this, I guess the question is, Mr. Moderator, does the town then decide, well, let's enact this and let's go clean, and we're going to pay $60,000 or more a year for electricity? Because tomorrow, Walpole could sign up, I believe, for Clean Choice and buy its electricity from solar and from wind, and it's going to cost us $60,000 more. I'll vote for it. I'll do it. But I just thought I would just pass to the body, you know, this isn't, we're not talking 2050. Tomorrow, Walpole can switch over to clean source energy, and it'll cost us roughly $60,000 a year. And my figures may be off, but I just wanted to let people know that we can do this today, but there'll be a financial impact to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. O'Neill.
Jim O'Neill, Precinct 8. Move the question, please.
Mr. Curley. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Mr. Curley on a second. This requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of moving the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It is I declare a unanimous vote to move the question. We will now take the electronic roll call that was requested and approved. So when the green light goes on and voting opens, you will press 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 to abstain. The voting is open. This is on the main motion. Sorry, folks. We are on the main motion now. Yes, we are on the main motion, folks. The substitute motion failed. We did. So you are voting on the main motion. Okay, voting is now closed. We're going to display the results. The voting is closed, Mr. Snuffer. I'll receive it at the front door in a moment, Mr. Snuffer. Okay, is everybody good besides Mr. Snuffer? Okay, please display the results. The motion passes 65-37 with 2 abstentions. I have a motion to adjourn from Mr. Ardeen, seconded by Ms. Lawson. Have a great night, folks. Please remember to drop your device off the front as you leave the hall.